Hello and wait, what's this? No! A plane has hit our Victoria 3 client. Not like this. Okay, there we go. So, we are doing a little bit of GP testing out the starts, just getting a little bit of a feel. Not necessarily going super optimal. You can see here we're playing as Russia, except you can't see it because, man, this flag is a flag, which doesn't look like a Russian flag, but it is a Russian flag. We have a game here that we played off stream. Probably should have just streamed it, just kind of wanted to feel things out, and then ended up playing for a couple hours. But this is where we got to in 1850. As Russia, I think we made a mistake not forcing a market liberal. We probably could have done that. It took us quite a while to get on the laissez-faire, so we were a little bit slow in that regard with this Russia start, but kind of testing two things here. And this is going to be kind of a little bit of the topic of the stream for today, which is that I'm taking a little bit of a look at the GPs. I have an idea. I'm probably going to do a top 5 GPs or top 5 nations list, of which China, spoiler, is not going to make the top 5, and so it's going to be all great powers. And I do want to feel them out a little bit. I think that the metric is going to be, if you take a snapshot every 10 years, which nations will be overall the most powerful / dominant in a variety of ways, in various slivers, because like France is going to win the first 10 years, almost certainly, although you can form Mega Germany in the first 10 years, so maybe that even goes to Prussia, there are going to be countries that are really, really good hyper late game for GDP maxing. China hyper late game is going to look a lot better as well, but militarily they are going to be really weak early on, and this is like kind of one of the metrics we're looking at. Russia in particular, after having played it a little bit, the fact that you start behind on tech feels really bad relative to kind of the good tech starts. That is pretty bad. We're also simultaneously here kind of trying to flesh out ideas for optimal expansion path following 1.7. I do think the metagame's changed quite a bit. And I think the metagame now is you care about generating principles really fast at game start. And I think the metagame is just to go for South America like every single game as your first expansion spot, followed by going into kind of the usual South Africa, Indonesia type route, and then go for unrecognized countries. And a big part of this is because colonial offices will make it cheaper to go after unrecognized powers, as will the not the human rights, the civilizing mission. Jesus, these two are right next to each other. Man, the truth hurts. But civilizing mission will also make it a lot cheaper to go after unrecognized powers. So if you are going to be if it's going to be a lot cheaper for you sometime down the road to go after, someone, then it's not good to go after them early. And so this means I actually do think you kind of want your early wars to be against recognized powers, and also recognized powers contribute more to mandate generation. We can see from minor power members we are getting a ton, and we have 6 minor power members, and they are kind of all here in South America. So you can, in terms of forcing people into your block that are minor powers, kind of the fastest way to do it is to go after South America, I think. So this is what I think is going to be good. Hey, Gene's here. Wow. Cut by the starting student page. RIP. Tomorrow's Germany stream. Tomorrow I'm actually going to be going to a car show, so I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. But Friday I'm planning on doing Great Britain and Germany. But happy Wednesday to you too, Gene. And so that's kind of what we got going on. Currently we have the poll going on the YouTube as to whether we're going to start as USA France, but we're kind of going to do a little bit of a similar thing here where we're looking to have not necessarily a fully fleshed out optimal start, but just kind of feel out what is in particular feels good. One of the decisions we have to make here is whether we think we should be going sovereign empire or trade, the trade one as France. I'm not entirely sure which one I think is better. I think the sovereign empire, your ability to subjugate a block member, is going to be particularly strong if you play around it from the game start. The minus Liberty Desire is also kind of nice, but I don't think you actually want to annex your subjects as quickly as possible. But it is one of the reasons we here as Russia have super low Liberty Desire on everyone. almost everyone. But right when you subjugate people, if you do it militarily, you can actually, if you get war reps from them as well, you can reduce subject payments, which is pretty cute interaction. Even though they're a protectorate that doesn't pay you a weekly balance, if you you can reduce subject payments on them if they are paying you war reparations, which is super cute. Car show, how American of you. Vroom vroom. I have to get a break from these planes, man. Maybe you should do one of the runs on stream and as one as videos. Maybe. It depends how long it takes. We might not get to the second one, in which case we'll just change the title of our stream. Looks like USA is currently winning, and so we'll give it maybe another minute or so. But this is kind of what our plan is in terms of what we're doing. What would be next on the docket here is we actually need to declare on right now, because I don't know, in another 6 years this will become the Raj. We need to declare, in terms of this run here as Russia, we need to declare on here and implode India. I don't think you want to implode India at game start, though. I think you want to wait until kind of, you want to try and get colonial offices before you implode India, I think. Which is kind of a weird interaction, but just to reduce the amount of infamy you're going to generate going after them. And then you just, like, peel every single unrecognized state off of kind of the implosion. We could show here what we mean by implosion as well, for those of you who aren't familiar with this mechanic. We're going to just swap to Great Britain and release the EIC. And then we'll swap to whoever the poll winner is. But, like, let's come in here. Let's go interactions, overlord actions. Can we just release them? Is that under diplomatic actions? Or is it just under diplomacy, release subject? Okay. Nope, that's not that. Wait, how do we release? Bruh. Oh, we can't do it while we're at war. Here, give us a second. Right. And occasionally, I think I've seen it a non-zero amount of times, the AI almost universally chooses the wrong option, but we're going to just swap to them to make sure that they choose the one. This is the British rule event, for those of you who haven't seen this. You do not want to choose the make become Bengal option, because if you have any subjects, which we do, you will lose all of the land you have to the subjects except for the 3 provinces here, which is, I think you keep... I don't even know if you keep Assam. You keep North and South Bengal, but I forget what else you keep. But let's just do it. But as Russia, so you do keep Assam. As Russia, this would be our next plan of action, and a big part of why this is really good is these are unincorporated. So if we swap back to Russia, you will be able to see that this is really low infamy cost. But they're also unrecognized, so you can reduce the infamy cost more if you can get colonial offices and the other thing, which maybe we should have rushed. Civilizing mission, but also we don't start with very good tech. But if we take a look at the diplo cost of this, it's going to be incredibly low. Can we not? Okay, we cannot. This is unincorporated. We don't have an interest in this other one, but look, it only costs 8.1 infamy for Delhi. Big reason why: target's an unincorporated state. It's also an unrecognized power. We would be getting further reductions off of if we got to colonial offices, level 3, because that gives infamy reduction per level. Where's Harvey Dent? Where's colonial offices? Is this alphabetized? No, it's not. But colonial offices 3, we do get minus infamy generation. So, yep, that's going to be a little bit of thing. Thank you for the Prime subscription, Glorgal. Big nice. So, I believe you can get a lower subject payment even when you're bankrolling them when they are protectorates. Really? I feel like you can't do that, but we could check. When is the new China-Sokoto run? I don't think we're going to be doing China-Sokoto anytime soon. I really hope they brick the India implosion 1.8. IRL, there's no way for Britain would have allowed this position to implode in India. Well, I mean... I don't know if they'll brick it. I feel like when I start abusing a mechanic, often it, even if the mechanic's been in game for a while, often it gets nerfed. Subsequently, like, bankrolls were in for a little while, but then we weren't really abusing them. But then we started abusing them. I think they're getting nerfed next patch. The abdication. To be fair, we got on the abdication train relatively quickly. But who's winning the poll? Let's stop the poll now. Stop the vote. Vote the stop. Steal the vote. Stop this count. USA does win, so we will be taking a look at USA. Now, USA, in terms of super long-term growth, which is kind of a little bit of the subject of discussion. Doodles takes notes. More India cheese. Doodles, the anti-cheeser, is taking notes on how to cheese. Oh, Nagy's fan. I saw your comment. I didn't get to respond to it yet because I had to start the stream. But I think something to consider for the max GDP conversation, which we didn't discuss at all yesterday, is the USA has maybe the best company for max GDP by the end of the game. If you could get them prosperous, I don't know if you could even get them prosperous enough to do this, but the 20% plantation throughput is just an absolutely absurd bonus. A bananas bonus, if you will. Due to how modifiers stack, the infamy cost of taking unincorporated states scales super low from being a potential lower power rank. Scales super low from being a lower power rank. It scales super low from being a lower power rank. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. Are you saying they're stacking multiplicatively or additively? We didn't take a close look. I do know that you pay way less. Could you stream about HMPS one time? I don't know what HMPS is. Remember the literacy boost from the Mosque of Jinnah 2? They removed that? Yeah, that was super OP. Every single game you would just go for... The best state in the game used to be Eastern Mali once upon a time, for those of you who don't remember the dark days of Victoria 3, because you would go for the Mosque of Jinnah, which the AI never builds, so this stays unactivated unless you build it. It gives 20% education access, but it is only local now. It used to be global. I posted my comment on the other vid, but I wanted to add my take that you think France won't be good for the highest theoretical GDP. I don't know about that. So I think you're right for the 1936 GDP, but I think if you're taking snapshots every 10 years, and you're thinking of power level in that, not just like at the very, very end, that France still looks insane. But yeah, their capitalist bonus eventually is just not very useful anymore once construction doesn't matter anymore. US and Belgium have ridiculous bonuses for endgame GDP. Yeah, Belgium's company is really good too. But Belgium's company, if you're France, you get Belgium's company as well, because eventually you accept their culture group and you take Belgium. And if you're Prussia, you also get the company as well, because if I'm not mistaken, when you form Central Europe, they become accepted and you get to use their thing. Analyst aiming, true. Some infinity reduction is additive, most of multiplicative. Yeah, it's generally additive with its own category. And then multiplicative with other categories. So I assume that it is the unincorporated one is multiplicative with other categories, and so it's not like an additive bonus. If it was an additive bonus, a lot of things would cost like 0 infamy, but stuff can cost 0 infamy. Pretty impressed with Mexico's performance in the most recent patches. Not a total pushover anymore. Yeah, they definitely do a lot better. If you want global 20% literacy, you need to go Jewish. Big if true, true if big. Also yes. What's the quickest way to vassalize Qing? So something that's a little bit hard to... Removing a lot of small countries from the map helps a lot for reducing Qing from being unrecognized major, which is what you need to do. For the USA, like, the very important thing for the USA is getting... let's redeclare some of these interests here. For the USA, the really big thing is that, you really want Heavenly Kingdom to form. This is, like, a really big deal. And it's a big deal because you get a ton of migration. And that's one of the really strong levers that you have in the USA, is you have a bunch of unused arable land, so you can get a ton of migration. The unincorporated state stacks 50% stacks additively with the minus 40% from regional power, but if you're GP, it goes up to 30% again. It goes up to 30 again. You're saying if you're an unrecognized regional power? In your Argentina World Conquest, I was taking the unincorporated Indian states for 1.8 infamy. This is so tough to have instead of talk. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely... Yeah, it's definitely a combination of a speed thing and, like, a latency thing, too. You guys can't type as fast as I can talk. But let's kind of think through what we want to do as the USA. Alright, we have kind of all of our authority raked back. We can form a block before... and get started generating mandate before we do anything diplomatically. And I think we want to... We don't want to go to minus 30 on relations with anyone. So I think that what we're going to do is we're going to look to improve... Okay, we're at 30. So we're going to get reduced with there. We're going to get reduced with France. But we're going to get reduced either way with them. And so we want to improve relations with one tick with Russia, Austria, and Prussia before we found our company thing. Can we rival? Who can we rival? Netherlands is kind of irrelevant. And we're going to need to declare an interest. In a couple of these spots. And then Pennsylvania is going to be where we build first. We are already on iron frame. Don't want to max taxes. Reduce this a little bit. Ugh, not legitimate. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean Americans are not legitimate here? Well, we do want to be able to start passing a law so we can maybe abdicate immediately. So, this is going to make everyone really mad. We can abdicate. Maybe we want to generate a movement before we do that. Universal suffrage would make some sense. Let's invite... Well, universal suffrage kind of makes sense, but then the rural folk will get omnipowerful. I agree with you on the France thing. The bonus is crazy right up until 1920 or so. Yeah. So, like, I think we're in the same spot where if all of your pops are employed, the construction becomes useless, right? But, or not even your pops have to be employed and you have to be using all the labor-saving PMs. But we weren't even at that point when we were doing our Britain World Conquest, where everyone was, like, perfectly employed. So I don't know how quickly you can hit that. And also, I think what you do as France, specifically, is you probably use the food company more aggressively than other countries would to maximize end date, you know, kind of thing. If Heavenly Kingdom spawns late, you can protectorate them. That's true. The best USA start is to declare on Mexico for liberate Pueblo and then add protectorate Mexico. If I recall correctly, you end up paying less infamy overall if you do the event chain. So I don't think that's correct. Not all Indians are unrecognized regional, some are just unrecognized. I'm not sure that we like Sovereign Empire better. I'm still thinking my way through this. I think that the biggest deal for Sovereign Empire, though, is that you can subjugate a block member. Liberty Desire is nice, but... I think that, though, if we were to only have vassalization or only have the other one, we would probably prefer, or external trade, we'd probably prefer external trade, at least on this patch. I think it's not going to be true next patch, but... it scales better into hyper late game too, because you're eventually going to want to go internal trade one, but that's like kind of a different sort of consideration. We're not going to get there here with the US. We start with railroads, probably doing this. We also start off with really trash companies. We start off with William Crap and Sons. Oh, but we can't slot in another company? Joke's on us. Alright, we'll get to the point where we can. Really? Okay, sorry, I just don't have eyes. I'm pretty sure we want the Iron Company first. Don't think we have free trade at game start here, so we're gonna have to do all the goods that we care about. Particularly hardwood. We can export hardwood really well because we have a hardwood advantage. This is going to be that for now. Where is... Do we really not start with any silk in the market? Guess not. Why does that start on picks and shovels? That's kind of weird. No church and government? Real endgame bottleneck is lag. Yeah, but we're talking about a theoretical thing. Like, so you probably have 50 to 100,000 construction by end date, maybe 200,000. The best start is to resign Andrew Jackson so you don't remove the Indians. True. Tried to play China with food standardization. By 1905, I couldn't keep up with the lead and iron demands, in particular when my nation extended yearly by 15 million as a consequence of natural growth. Big nice. So this is the argument for China: is you can go you can grow, you can have the biggest global GDP by end date. Okay, I think we got that kind of stuff squared away a little bit. Do we have a market liberal? What's our grain price? Oh, alright, so do have those guys in power, so we just need to set export prioritization in order to spike corn laws. So we're going to do that, actually. Another thing is, if we go Trade League, we will have more consistent max mandate. But this is a cross-section of how hard it is to generate mandate overall. So we're considering between intentionally forcing a monarchy so that we can go sovereign empire here. We will want to tick relations up with Austria, Prussia, and Russia by at least one before we do this either way. But then also the Trade League. What we're doing is the other one we could do. We also effectively are one mandate faster, because I think that Vassalization 1 is not going to be that useful for us at game start here. Although Vassalization's pretty good. But like, so I think that early on you want to get External Trade 2, Construction 1, and also you want to get, what is it? I'm super blanking. A Colonial Offices 3. However, we now have to, if those are locked in, you need them, right? Then now we have a choice between freedom of movement or vassalization. If we want to go sovereign empire, that needs to be vassalization. Yeah, so much is going to change when they nerf bankrolls. I'm like super confident they're gonna nerf them. They're just so obscene. Thank you, Dekis fan, for the $5. Suez Company this game? Yeah, we probably should be doing Suez Company more than we do. It just like, it falls off. It's not like a theoretical endgame thing, but like, it's just super good early. I don't think leaving China out of the top 5 is correct. I think you can... China's super far behind on tech, and you can get a lot of the pops from China anyways, just by conquering them. But I definitely think it's number 6. It might edge out Russia. I was less impressed with Russia than I thought I was going to be playing them, because they're a little bit backward too. I mean, if you're looking at absolute GDP as the metric, China's going to have... You're going to have a bigger absolute GDP than everyone for, like, the first 30 or 40 years. So... I mean, I think that... I mean, we could just not go Construction 1. I think this is probably not very good, though. But that's an option as well, because I don't think the Construction 3 is better than like Research 3. So eventually Construction gets slotted out. So we could, if we wanted to go Sovereign Empire, we could have plans to go Vassalization 1, External Trade 2 into, you know, both Freedom of Movement and Colonial Offices, and the idea is we just leave Construction on the table. Are you testing PvP strats? No, we're testing like like what GP, what country we think is best is kind of what we're testing here. So it's definitely worth going for early. Also, Mexico early protectorate is cheaper if you annex them by giving all their territory to Indian territory. This is true. I guess a secondary question becomes how meta do you want to go? But yeah, I forgot you could just shift it to an unrecognized power. I'm not sure. God, that's so cheesy. There's like some elements of cheese I don't want to like do, but yeah, that would make it cheaper. If you're not doing that, I believe it's cheaper to use the claims to grab the stuff and then protectorate them. But you are right. Or I'm pretty sure you're right. I haven't like taken a look at it. If you change your criteria to average GDP throughout the game, China will have bigger for early. Yeah, this is true. China's GDP is like super inflated, but they do start out at like 87 or whatever. Isn't UK clear winner? No, it's actually kind of close. I think between UK, France, and Prussia for the #1 slot. I think we really... I think that we won Construction 1, man. I think if freedom of movement were not as important, we would go Sovereign Empire. Like, I think if we're on France, we go Sovereign Empire. But I think the USA, we'd rather have freedom of movement. This could be a mistake, though. I also think the trade route volume is something that's super hard to quantify how good this is. We haven't done a deep dive on trade, so it's hard to tell. But this allows us to manipulate our prices more. League of Preferential States. Ah, see? We got a sickle. See? Nah, see? Nah. Alright. Was Crude Ho not in here? God damn it. Terrible. Ah, see? I actually kind of like this. These guys also really heavily increase in price in terms of infamy cost. Did we invite the agitator? No, we wanted to... We were thinking whether we wanted to force universal suffrage with an early abdication here. I think we actually don't want universal suffrage, but we do want to abdicate. We kind of don't like homesteading, to be honest. Or Paraguay with the export. We're excluding Turtle Island, because even France can form Turtle Island. So it would be either France or China if you include Turtle Island. You don't think it's Prussia? Prussia hits a really nice power spike with Mega Germany. GDP, that really important rating, though? I feel like once it's over 300 million... Yeah, I think that, like, power level is maybe the way we would want to word it, where this will cause... Qing to not be that, like, powerful early on. What is our priority here? I mean, we kind of want to get rid of slavery. Truth hurts. I mean, no, we would need to declare war, because if you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. Yeah, let's go Venezuela. Because we're less likely to get thumbed by France with Venezuela. And then... we'll make war reparations primary. Unfortunately, they don't have slavery for us to... Oh, we can't ban slavery because we have slavery. That's true. Trade route volume modifier is bad because it reduces how much influence you get from external trade. Oh, that's kind of cute. I don't know if it's... it might be bad. I don't think it's bad, I just think it's not as good as it otherwise would be, but that's funny. I don't want a micro Florida man, but I think we're supposed to. Alright, so Worcester versus Georgia. Is that even legal? Probably not. Alright, I think we do want to get rid of homesteading, actually. Alright, so now we can improve relations with them, and with them. We just have to improve them by 1 before we form our block. If you go Sovereign Empire, you can get all of South America for free. It will take forever to get all of it for free as Sovereign Empire, and the point is we want to generate mandate faster. There should be a Monroe Doctrine discount. Like, I think it's gonna take too long for us to subjugate that way. Like, it takes a real long time to do that. Also, journalist, while you're a journalist gamer, I haven't seen you play any dress-up Barbie games. I'm waiting. You don't know nothing. We've actually, over the past 2 months, we've played an enormous amount of Path of Exile, but we've stopped, streaming that because people weren't watching. Protector of Venezuela is one of the opening moves of all time. Well, you gotta use your infamy decay, man. We want to piggyback on the China War as well, but... I don't think we want to go oligarchy. Suppose we could. I got them all in your block by 1880. Yeah, so you're getting them in the block by 1880, and you're subjugating them, because it's a 5-year cooldown, so you're subjugating them by 1885. That's not exactly fast. The Poe Gauntlet's been good to watch, yeah. And we're talking about what we're giving up is we're not going to go construction 1. So we're going to get minus 10% construction. To be fair, we're not constructing anything. Shout out to us. Or we go construction 1 with the idea that with our like 5th mandate, we're not going to swap off of it, and then in terms of getting people, so first of all, we can't form the block immediately, and so we're gonna be behind on mandate generation by like another like 5 to 10 years. as a result as well. And like when you're talking like 1880, 1890, like that's probably around the time you want to go high infamy anyways, if you're talking a theoretical, like it being good. Maybe 1900. So and where are you spending all of your infamy? You spending it in India? In Persia and here? Mainly? Going after unrecognized powers? Like, if our opening salvo is subjugating all these guys, we will generate way more mandate. Did the Sovereign Empire's vassalage mechanic lose its liberty desire reduction? No, they still get liberty desire reduction. And this would be, the liberty desire reduction would be nice if we actually wanted to annex people, but we don't want to annex people. I don't think. Are you going high infamy at some point? We're playing with the theory that we would. We're not going to play that deep into this run. But now that we're over +1 with all these guys, we won't get to -30 when we form a block. Maybe controversial, but you should go military treaty. Maybe controversial, he says. Well, we can't go military treaty yet. What? Aggressive coordination 1? I don't think that this is... I don't think that this is good. Ideological union is kind of cute. If we wanted to subjugate India, ideological union is cute. Because we could force them to open their borders way easier. There's maybe some sort of argument for ideological union. It will involve playing a lot differently than other ones. But again, it runs into the same thing that we're not going to be going construction 1 if we do this. But, use the infamy on Mexico at war at first. I don't want to transfer all the states one by one to American territories because it's cheesy. I agree it's theoretically correct, but like at the end of the theoretically correct rainbow, everything that's theoretically correct is always going Turtle Island and just doing a Turtle Island run. I think the plan is we're gonna nab Beijing and Amur and Primorier, and war reps when Great Britain's also invading them. And so we open with the Venezuela into going after Qing. And then getting the reduced because using the claims is cheaper to go after Mexico that way. If you're not feeding them to Indian territory, unless my recollection of the math is incorrect, which it could be. You conquer the world much faster with military treaty, and subjects are bad for world conquest. So if we turn and go high infamy, Nike's fan, we would swap onto military treaty when we do that. So, doomed, basically. Hey, Svanka, how's it going? We're talking through, like, theoretical run, kind of. We're trying to suss out which start is the strongest, so right now we're taking a look at USA. But I think we're gonna do external trade, and we're gonna do this. America's strong. Alright. And so the reason we plussed our relations with everyone by 1 is so that we wouldn't get to -30, so we wouldn't get a diplomatic incident with them. Hopefully we don't get too bad a one with Great Britain and France. Oh, France doesn't have a blog yet, so it's just going to be Great Britain. But say Hudson Bay attitude changed, rip. Prussian attitude worsened, rip the dream. Okay. So we're now going to improve with the people who are probably the most important. I think that we also want to make sure we want North German Fed to form, that way it's less wars for us later. So we're just going to do that. I think we do want a little bit more flexibility here. To run a bit of a higher army. I'd say playing as a released nation doesn't count as playing the nation, so I wouldn't count for Turtle Island. Yeah, I mean, I would be inclined to say that as well, but I'm just saying, like, the same attitude why I don't want to feed Mexico to Indian territory is also why I don't want to form Turtle Island, is more what my point was. But I think you are correct that feeding, and maybe this is something we do down the line where we're just like, you know what, we just want to do it. I think that feeding territory from recognized countries to unrecognized countries to make it cheaper to annex them is like, at this juncture, not a play pattern I want to abuse. Generally, we're abusing at least one thing, though, and then they nerf it, and then we have to pick a different thing to abuse, so maybe that's going to be the next. Yeah, Nike's fan is the world conquest expert. Yeah, I know that he be cooking in the Discord. Him and to a lesser extent Palea be Discord cooking. We have to swap all of our logging camps, I forgot. Alright. Let's get everything on focused hardwood, and then everything that does not have a hardwood modifier, we're switching to prioritize softwood. I'm so glad this is now present in the UI and you can actually just look at it. But yeah, everything that does not have a hardwood bonus is gonna do softwood focus. And then we are going to sort by number of peasants, and the place with the most peasants we're going to put on auto expand. Ohio, which I think doesn't have a wood bonus. Yeah, they don't. So we're going to swap them onto this, and we're going to put them on auto expand as well. And we are going to do not Liberia, Pennsylvania. Now Pennsylvania is going to build a bunch of other stuff. Indiana and Illinois are fine. And then, there we go, that should be good. Wood's really strong, so just putting a little bit on auto expand is going to be fine. State actions. Forgot that we don't start out all incorporated. I think we want to incorporate. Oh, there's some like thing that like made it so you don't want to incorporate. I forget what the mechanic was. Journalist doesn't want to reach the next stage of Victoria 3 expertise. I'm not ready for that yet. I'm not ready to evolve. If you include Turtle Island, then the correct answer has always become Turtle Island. Yeah. Scared of the power it brings, basically. Good night, Doodles. Oh, Doodles is German. I forgot. Did you move the capital? I always forget to move the capital. We can't move it now because we're at war. But we're gonna move we'll move the capital to elsewhere. We actually also can use some of this authority. We don't need to 100% float. We do want to float for the faster law pass though. But I think we'll go services. I think anything more will eat into our enactment time though. We could check. Oh, it doesn't. Oh. Any more definitely will eat into our enactment time. Yeah. Do we want to run this instead of a different sort of edict? I think so. We don't really have like a really centralized base yet. Eventually I think we will want to run manufacturing decree here. It's interesting though, vassalization, there's a period of the game where it's really, really good, but yeah, we're generating principles so slow. We'll get it a lot faster once we start getting some of these guys. If we get some of these guys, rip the dream. Let's get a little bit more. Weird. Okay, so they're not going to be going after Qing in the near future if they're doing this. I think we're going to side with them. They are cooperative, but we would like to be a little bit better than cooperative, so we're going to side with them. And we... No. Alright, we're the farthest from a breakpoint with them. So let's see if we can get any trade agreements. We can with Great Britain. Perfect. So that'll give us ticking positive relations with them. Now, do we have a trade agreement? We have a trade agreement with them, so we'll just get ticking positive relations with them anyways. So let's do some of that then. Can we trade you anything, my guy? I don't know if we can export this. We can. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, Kurt. Can we arbitrage that? No, we can't. Alright, let's also get some auto-expands on this. Let's auto-expand it there. Let's auto-expand in West Virginia. We're just going to run out of pops. We are going to eventually use migration edicts there. We're going to auto-expand here, too. Definitely in New York. Let's do some of that. Your USA run, Pennsylvania became your highest pop state by far. Wherever you move the capital probably becomes the highest pop state, but we want to move it to New York because of the electricity bonus. And because it's coastal. Pennsylvania should be coastal. It's not coastal, so if we rev, New York's a little bit of a safer spot. Tennessee is capital. You know what? With our Russia run, we actually moved the capital to Rostov because of the Mappy bonus. I don't think we would do Tennessee because we don't want it to be inland, but that could be fair. Mississippi or Louisiana could be the choice. Probably the one with the most unused arable land, so maybe we move it to Mississippi. You miss Doodles? Yeah, you miss Doodles, Scrooge. Hey, Scrooge, what's up? Classic missing Doodles. I wish they would merge the states in the USA, basically. How dare he not yo-yo for a bankroll? Could we even yo-yo at this point for a bankroll? I don't think we could. We could check. Oh, we're the USA. What are we doing? I'm so used to the last plays we've made. We've started out as small countries where you can't yo-yo this close to game start. Yeah, we'll check in. You are absolutely right, though. Mistakes were made. Okay, so a lot of our auto expands are now gone away. Let's put them back in. Yep. Alright. Would Tennessee be a good capital of multiplayer? I am really leery. Well, so now you have a different consideration where you kind of want it to be off the coast and on the coast. I think I would move it. I would either want it on the coast or I would want it deeper. So, like Tennessee, I'd probably do Illinois over Tennessee. Are you on top of chat? I am. But there is a lag. Did we... I don't think we... Yeah. Oh, we shouldn't be doing it like this. We shouldn't be doing it like this. It's gonna hurt when we do the Florida Man Army. Oh, to be fair, we don't need to Florida this hard, maybe. Now the thing is, this entire army is going to start mobilizing. Because it's from different states. How close are we? Support's not meaningful, but it will be meaningful if we're on the other side. We forgot how to do it. Oh, rip the tree. I know how to do it. We have to ask and then swap the sides. The classic yo-yo. In multiplayer, this is a pain to do, especially as China. Yeah, the thing is like, it's also annoying because this army is going to start recruiting up, actually. The army of Florida is actually not our Florida Man army, so we'll ask for a bankroll and then we swap sides. Good old classic. We're actually, so also at this point, we could... implode India now, but we don't want to do that just yet. And since we're receiving a bankroll now, let's add some of this stuff. Let's also add a railroad and pen. There we go. It's free money. Well, these guys don't start out with any mobile options. Let's give them some. I don't think anyone starts out with the medical equipment. But Trail of Tears, the truth hurts. Blood is on our hands. Shout out to Andrew Jackson. Yo-yo sway. You should try yo-yo swaying players in multiplayer. Basically, God. It's been a while since we've played as a GP. It's so disgusting. USA is still the best for doing it at game start, but like, brother. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, we can't do that now. Rip. Rip and Marino. Oh, we're getting so much money because the war started. Kentucky, I think, has a wood bonus. Yeah, they do. Let's do some of that. Push up the prices. And then we will move the capital to... I think we're going to move it to Mississippi, man. Brother. I mean, we have some passing positive tenant farmer stuff, so we don't need the southern planters in, so maybe we do this. And just pray. Alright, so now we have to think whether we want Mississippi or New York as kind of our place. Oh, this is the 5% mappy why we do it. Also, in Civil War, those insane conscriptable battalion buffs that Revs get make CSA scarier than I remember. Yeah, but you can put in a bunch of conscription edicts. If we peel one state off of China, we'll also have a huge conscription potential. Killing homesteading right away to kill rural folk clout, yeah. Are you excited for 1.8? Well, instead of abdicating for removing radicals, you can fight civil wars and delete 75% of the radicals every 3 decades. I think it's better, yeah. So... Mississippi Queen, if you know what I mean. So this is what we're thinking. We're thinking we move the capital to Mississippi. We could move the capital to Florida, except that'd be awful, except that we can't. I mean, I think Mississippi's better than Louisiana. I think we kind of want the river bonus. God, they really should merge Maryland and DC. Also, this entire thing should just be one state, New England, or North New England and South New England. Like, that this is 6 states is just an abomination. Let's move it to Mississippi. I think we also haven't done Mississippi before. Your capital will also accumulate an enormous amount of ownership spots, so... We have so many construction centers in the queue, maybe we need to chill out. Specifically hardwood, we will be able to export really, really aggressively as the USA. And we are trying to abuse our hardwood bonus. How do you like your wood? We said hard. I think we go after Bahrain here. It gives us interest here. Ooh, Austria sides with Bahrain. Just kidding. Just kidding. Didn't mean it. So, interesting play that happened with our Russia thing. We went after Bolivia. We're like, hey, look, we could subjugate Bolivia for really low infamy. Why don't we just do that instead of doing the, like, North Peru, South Peru thing? And then Peru... revolted against Bolivia, and since Peru was a subject of our subject, we couldn't side against them, and then Bolivia had to back down, so we ended up losing Peru as a subject. Why no continue Bosnia? The run was kind of scuffed. and people voted against continuing. Why Mississippi instead of New York? Mappy River bonus. If we're gonna end up putting a lot of overall buildings there, I'm not 100% sure it plays better than this electricity throughput, but I think it's potentially the thing. But we do hate micro DC. Bro was playing CSA, moving capital to south and enacting tenant farmers. You're a darn tootin'. We have a trade agreement with them, so we don't need to do this. Let's do this. Oh, we don't even have enough. Why does this give us extra stuff? Gives us extra influence because we have a positive lobby? This probably shouldn't be the case. Should be the reverse, but... So we're gonna get taking positive relations with them anyways now. So let's try and get Austria and Prussia into the rest of these guys into good shapes. Good shape. They're a major power. So we can guarantee that Peru cannot break free if we go for a transfer, Peru. But we can also subjugate Bolivia and just hope that Bolivia doesn't shit the bed. Because eventually they will incorporate all of it. We're just gonna go after all of it. Let's do this. Let's get rid of our Florida man army. Oh, we can't because we have a brewing rev. God, we've messed this up so bad. Oh, luckily they're terrified of us, huh? Don't want to give anything back, but if any of these guys want something to humiliate, we'd be okay with that. Okay, they don't. So we're gonna go with war reparations on all these guys and ban slavery. We can't ban slavery because we don't, because we have slavery. I mean, we can make the planters happy enough, but I just do this. We're already making them happy. We raise these 23 conscripts. The problem is it'll raise this army as well. That army will be very expensive. We can't disband these guys and reorganize it. Well, I think we maybe just have to bite the bullet if we're going to actually try and fight them. They're minus 62 though. Maybe they just back down. Do they have defend the borders? They do have defend the borders. They're pretty likely to back down here. Largest state I'll accept in the USA is like South Carolina or New Jersey. Bold of you to accept New Jersey. So this is what we're talking about. All these conscripts are going to mobilize now. God, it's so frustrating sometimes. And we need the rev to go away before we can change this. Thank God they go away. But that means we either have to make a standing army, or we just like can't use our full army, or we just have to eat like infinite money costs. How pissed are these guys, to be honest? They're super pissed. Yeah, let's just kill their clout a little bit. I think we are importing engines. Yeah, Ikes. I think we're gonna set it on, keep it on export prioritization, but we are gonna import. Yeah, it's because we just added so much construction right there. We should have been a little bit more staggered, but we're gonna import. We also, this company isn't real profitable. Oh, we have protectionism, so we can't get corn laws. Like, where did our corn laws go? There we go, let's do that. How are we doing on mandate? 5 years. It helps that this play gets us 2 countries in our league or whatever. We will get a diplomatic catalyst with a whole bunch of people. Okay, amongst them is France and Great Britain. So if that's gonna knock us down a ranking, we don't want to do it. Looks like it will knock us down a ranking for... I think actually maybe we want to chill. The thing is these guys grow and pop very quickly. So the amount of infamy cost increases very quickly as well. How do you have so much income? Big part of it is we are getting a bankroll from Great Britain, but also we're maxing taxes and this type of stuff. Is strategy to attacking Great Britain to transfer EIC and then cut infamy down still the meta? No, you can't do the cut infamy down to size thing. They took it away, so you can't do that anymore. And so now you force explode India, but we're not going to do that quite yet. We're waiting for Qing to... We're waiting for UK to declare on Qing, and then we're going to declare on Qing. We really want this rev to go away too, though. That way we can actually reorganize. We recruited this up wrong for our scary stick army. The officers are the ones with the actual clout, so... Don't think we have most of our guys in Massachusetts anyways. In Boston. We're legitimate enough to up taxes, right? I don't think we have enough manufacturing here in the capital yet. Where we would actually care about this stuff. Let's just do this. Hopefully we get tenant farmers and our rev goes away and we can fix our conscripts the way that they're set up. Alabama. Okay, it's Louisiana and Michigan that are the kind of better ones here. So let's do this. And this. Just kind of getting a lot of these auto-expand stuff in place as well. Are you gonna tenant farms because you want to lower the rural folk clout? Yes. This is exactly the reason here. We also wanted more agitators to spawn because we didn't want to use our abdicate cooldown. We kind of want to use our abdicate cooldown to like do something like ban slavery or enact free trade, I suppose would be fine, and not just. Yeah, we want to use our abdicate cooldown more usefully. Also, the grace period where you generate less radicals at the start of the game, I think generating few radicals before abdicating instead of immediately abdicating maybe makes some sense. Poor laws or laissez-faire? Yeah, we could definitely try and pass laissez-faire. Victor Hugo. Literary? Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, more than happy to have that. We feel so smart. We put a thing in... we put interest in France at game start because we feel so smart. We're gonna get a bankroll. We are so smart. SMRT. But don't you want the war for the reconstruction, JE? Oh, that's right. That is true. God, it's such a... It feels like pulling teeth, but yeah, we do want to be able to incorporate states in Africa in 5 years. Yeah, using resign specifically for laws you want is great. Yeah, I think that they should get rid of it, and they are getting rid of it, but until they do. I guess we could play, like, kind of as if we were playing 1.8, but... Which France do we prefer? Oh, well, you can't give us a bankroll, well, so I guess it's plain to see which France we will be supporting. Bankroll, please. Now, here's our problem. We can't conscript. What are you attempting to do? You will... Radical France offers us a bankroll. I thought they couldn't. What the hell? Do I just not have eyes? Los ojos. It do be hard. So... Only thing better than a bankroll is when the GP buys your debt. I don't even think that's better than a bankroll. I think the bankroll is just insane. It's like B-A-N-A-N-A-S, A-N-A-S, A-N-A-S. It's like uber bananas. Like, there's more ananas in those bananas. Oh my god, Zack Attack! Thank you for the 8 months tier 2. Oh, I thought I fixed this. I only fixed it for the raids, I suppose. But I don't get the notifications don't pop up. You're addicted to CK3 now? Not like this. I think bankroll manipulation is the weakest part of your gameplay. I'm just so bad at playing around it for it. It's like just absolutely insane. I think we'd prefer Radical France as well. We don't have a trade agreement with Radical France, but They just have more similar laws to where we're going to be going. We have a save before this, so like if this turns out really belly up in some weird way, we can... Like, if 3 GPs side with France, we will have made a mistake. Actually, even this might be a mistake. I really want to be able to mobilize the army. That's so stupid. We also could have just made this like an actual decent army instead of all cannons, but the thing is cannons, since it only counts offense and defense, cannons are going to be better. But yeah, if enough people side with them here. The auto-mobilization thing is just so incredibly frustrating. Mike Corvin, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. Board Panda 69, thank you for the Prime subscription as well. Yeah, you figured, no worries. I mean, like, I should worry about it. I should definitely worry about it a little bit. We're just gonna raise the conscripts and try and make it happen. Okay, so here, we're already receiving a bankroll from the UK, so we can't swing that. But we're going to see if we can get Beijing, and if we can't get Beijing, yeah, we can get Beijing here. So the thing is do we want to get Beijing? Oh, but it'll kick us above. Who will a diplomatic catalyst with us? Wait, does this not give an incident? This has to give us an incident, right? Doesn't say it gives us an incident, but it just has to do it. So we're at plus 14 right now. So if we side here for Beijing, we won't have to do any heavy lifting, but we won't get war reparations ourselves. We'll get the event, the negative event. God, this is such a weird inflection point. I think we're supposed to just declare our own war, and we're supposed to just go for... If we go for a Beijing, we won't get Namur and the other things, but it's probably worth it, yeah. I'm curious how it works, like, So the thing is we could declare our own separate war. And if we do our separate war, we can get war reps as well. And if we're going to go over 25, we might as well go really over 25. Is there a way? No, there's not a way. Whoa. We're halfway there. Whoa. Nickel on a stair. I'm just trying to think if we can get a cautious leader. If we could get a cautious leader, no, that still wouldn't kick us under. But if we're gonna go high anyways, or if we're gonna go over 25 anyways, I think we want to try and take Primorier, Amour, and war reps. But I also am curious. Okay, I don't think we want to declare this war. I want to know if this gives us a diplomatic incident with Great Britain. Who also has an interest here? Korea. So what's our relation with Korea? It is currently 0. Okay, so we have a save. I really want to know if... I want to know how this works. Did this give us minus relations with them? No, we still have the full relations. Did it give us... It doesn't give you an incident. You don't get the negative relations from this. That's fascinating. That's so cool. That's so cool to know. There are like no countries in that strategic region? Yeah, but I want to know. That's neat. Okay. So here's how we cook, actually, I think. We declare... Oh, we don't have an interest up here. We declare for Amur or Primorier. And then without unpausing, we side for Beijing. So Beijing will be in the UK's war. And then we will also simultaneously get our own war. I hate this event so much. We're gonna save People's World. This event isn't bad for us here, but if you're playing a small country, you can actually just entirely kill a run, because this is flat and it doesn't scale with anything. This is our idiot thing. Okay, so we declare for... Excuse me. We have an interest in Manchuria. Okay, now it's... Okay, it wasn't activated. Fair enough. So we'll target Primorier. Here. Do some of this. And then I think we also want Amur. But if they back down, that's whatever. The Great Sioux people have started to play against us. Oh no. But this is like, this is so obnoxious the way that this works. So because we have states where we have conscripts in both armies, if we mobilize the conscripts in any army, it mobilizes it in all the armies. So... and we're paying for this. I guess we'll move him over. Cool. Now this has gone away, so we can get rid of all of these. And then all these. And then reasonably do these, where we'll take them all from New York. Okay. And then we will make another conscript army. And let's see who gives a lot. Ohio. So we could do Ohio, Indiana. Virginia. And we'll name the army. If it's Kenya, you should take Kenya and declare your own war. Yeah, that might have been a little bit better. I was thinking we wanted to lock in Beijing for consistency reasons. Because we might lose this Primorier other war, but we'll win the UK war. But yeah, take Kenya might have been better. To be fair, they'll still get to colonize it and they'll edge us out because they don't fully own Kenya, but... He's cautious, so we never care if cautious guy becomes leader at some point, so... I guess he would just be leader of his IG, though, not leader of everything. And we'll put him over here. We're gonna need a bigger boat, and by a bigger boat I mean more boats. So every place that has a lot of peasants that doesn't have a boat, you all get boats. Oh, I guess that's everywhere. Plus these. I don't know how many boats that was. Plus 13. So 38. That seems fine. And we're mainly going to be in chill mode for a while here. Did you already abdicate? No. Hey, Kiko. Question remains, shouldn't you use your infamy on Portugal to cut the south coast except for South Africa? I think that... So Beijing is insane. Thing one. Gold states are insane. Mike Corbin, thank you for the follow. In addition to the Prime sub. Reset run, sue people as a game ender. Not like this. Not like this. So what we're going to be spending most of our infamy on is going to be, I think we want to take Beijing because this is insane, right? And then we want to take gold states to some extent, but we're already fighting Qing, and so appealing these 2 gold states for 4 infamy because they're unincorporated is a pretty big deal. They're just ungodly cheap. And beyond that, we're going to spend most of our infamy in South America looking to subjugate people. That way we get more mandate generation. And that's kind of where we want to spend our initial infamy. Because we don't need the south coasts and this we don't need the Portuguese stuff. If we're going to go for the Portuguese stuff, we don't need it immediately. Well, what's the goal here? We're kind of testing, just power level testing the USA. We want to kind of power level test some of these countries. Oh, speaking of power level testing. Whoops, we didn't make everything. We got to put everything up for... privatization. To be fair, there's nothing rural in here, so we're gonna get the rural guys buying some stuff, but that's not the biggest deal in the grand scheme of things. gonna be fighting down there for now. Not the Grey Sioux Nation. What are we researching right now? Water tube. Followed by company. Nationalism is going to give us the Mexico claims. I don't think we need them, like, immediately, though. So let's take a look at what we can get done. I think let's go nitro for the gold discovery chance. Why not just add Beijing in your own war? Because, to be fair, China returns a CB on us, so we could get enforced out with not wanting to, but I'm not 100% certain we enforce our own war. I'm more confident that we enforce the UK war. I think the UK is going to get it done. Is kind of my idea. But, like, if we were trying to... When I do stuff on stream, I don't necessarily try and uber optimize. If there's, like, an option that's, like, a little bit worse but more consistent, I generally will default towards the consistency, because you guys don't want to see me reload a bunch. Or just like something, if there's something that's not quite as good but allows me to play faster, I'll also do that. But here, like, they're getting in Beijing. I think we're gonna come in here. So we're winning over here in France with even our smaller army here. So let's get this done. We get the colonization rights. Can we make any new colonies? No. But yeah, they don't have much defending in Manchuria. We definitely wanted to time it. And we can even add more construction here. Long-term, Illinois is going to be really good. Let's get started on auto-expanding the glassworks here. We do have the capital occupied here, so the Rev should be enforcing pretty soon. Just these double bankrolls, bro. Maybe America's still just, like, strong enough. Not going to build in Connecticut. Michigan does have iron. Radical France now leads the Grand Alliance. As one does. 3 years till our first one of those. We do have to mainly just chill out, though. Do we want to take minus enactment chance, or do we just want... This might be one of the times we just want to eat the minus enactment chance. I really don't want to stall out on this. I really want to get guaranteed libs in, so... Where'd our army go? Not like this. Can't reach the front? Bro, I think I remember. I think this is not the first time this has happened with this particular state. That's so asinine. We can't reach this front. Brother, I want to tear my hair out. That's so unbelievably stupid. Can't reach the front. Alright, we do have to kind of get our queue going. Alright, we're gonna put some stuff Out of labor. Alright, let's have a think here. Just focus domestic. Let's do some of that. But now, we don't have a foothold. We would have a foothold if it weren't for... I guess we have some kind of foothold, right? I think if we lose this war, we might swap sides and capitulate, because the fact that we can't land in through here is super obnoxious. It's happened before with us with this particular state, so, like, it's just a thing, but... Or, well, I mean, it shouldn't be a thing, but it is a thing. We also, as, like, per usual, need to do this, and why don't we seize the one level here? It's not ours. I mean, do we just lose this war? If we had, like, we would have pushed all across Manchuria in the time since the landing went in. I've seen another YouTube bounce his army out of Imur before. Yeah, it's Imur specifically. The state is, like, messed up. Does Imur not have a port? Oh, I guess it doesn't, but it allows landings. Yeah, it doesn't have a port. The port's over here. Or the road, like, it visually does not have a port. Bro's mad he can't cheese? Bro, I'm mad that I landed my troops here and then they teleported back to America. The great teleporting troopies. I mean, maybe we still get in here anyways, and it doesn't matter, but... I do think if we actually get to... like, play in Imur, I think we win that, so... Also, if we had landed Primorier instead, like, we would have been fine. Okay. We end up being fine, but, like, that's a really stupid bug. Why can we still use them when their province is occupied? I thought we wouldn't be able to, no? Which one of these states is incorporated? It's either one of these. So once we get either one of these, we'll start enforcing the full war rule. Alan Shelby? Shelley. Reckless. Agitator. I suppose after this war might be a nice time to have the American Revolution because we have a lot of infamy. And it's gonna be kind of like the most we ever get. Oh, you just don't have... Here, let's swap out for the other guy. They just don't have the dudes. Or sorry, not the dudes, the mobilization or the organization or whatever to do that landing. So we'll just swap this around. Prussia's rivalry, no. We'll try and figure our way out of that. Actually, to that end, I really wish we could have a thing in South Germany, because if Prussia declares on Austria there, we can't do anything to help them, but it is what it is. We are in the infamy bracket, so that does make us more likely to fall victim to that, unfortunately. Let's do some of that. Actually, let's put these at the front of the queue, because we have a bunch of stuff that uses those things. Definitely playing a little bit loose in terms of not staying super on top of like prices and not weaving stuff, but I think that's fine. Just add a bunch of that. Dude, I've been hooked on your tutorials. Thank you. Teleporting armies are coming back the worst way possible. Yeah. Porphyr Amur is not in this state. It's a little bit like, so this is not a navigable sea node. That's like where the port is. So you can't actually do a landing. You can't build a navy out of Hudson Bay. This one's obnoxious. It isn't intentional though, because this is not a sea node that the port leads out into. You can build ports in Quebec or in the Hudson Bay, but you can't build naval bases there. Or you can't use them to do a landing, but you can use naval bases, something like this. Does promoting your generals, admirals increase offense, defense? I don't think so, but I don't... This is not something I really am that confident in. But we are pushing in here. We just need to take one of these states as well, and then we'll be in fine shape. We're losing money, maybe at a slightly faster clip than we want to be honest. Yeah, I think we overbuilt a little bit. Not 100% sure though. Maybe we're okay. There we go. There's our full enforcement requirement. And then this is the capital. I think we're going to put these on auto expand as well. Before we pass laissez-faire, let's maybe check to see that stuff's not owned by someone else. What's this? Do we have a 3 parties? Brother, we got 3 parties. That's gonna spice things up a little bit. Surely you're willing to give us peace. Peace in our time? Time in our peace. True. You've had peace in your time, but have you ever had time in your peace? I didn't think so. Starting a Greece run. I've never played them before. Any tips? You have a really good company. I think you get... if you swap off of monarchy, then you cannot form Byzantium. Just, it's not anywhere in any sort of tooltip, but if you're not a monarchy, you can't form Byzantium, so you're supposed to do that. Also, what theme map am I supposed to use? I think the one we're using here. So the Victorian, just the regular paper map. Yeah, the base map. They start with trash tech, yeah, basically. Are you engaged to Tarkas? Yes, we're getting married. Does this increase the amount of troops you can take in a battle Arcir, but it doesn't improve the offense-defense directly? Yeah, but you might roll a greater chance of upgrading is the thing. Of generating good traits. I don't know, though. So... To be honest, in terms of things I pay attention to, military is really low on the totem pole. So if there's something that I'm not gonna know very well, it's gonna be a military-oriented thing. We're gonna... Just leave Florida unincorporated the whole game. Shout out to Florida. Oh, we gotta add some stuff. We might have to use a migration edict in West Virginia. Yeah, we're going to need to. I think the sooner we get on that, the better. So stupid. They just, like, have this always pop problem. Hiya. Oh, this is going to increase our trade routes a ton. Hell yeah, brother. Can we build a... Hey, look, we can build a port in Amur. Fancy that. I think we'll build it there, because I think that's less likely to cause problems. Do some of that. Maybe we don't actually end up getting... So we're reaching about halfway through the amount of time we're gonna do the stream. I mean, we are 4 years in, but would people like to see a kind of France start from here, or do they want to see continue USA? I don't think we've really figured out exactly how strong USA feels. We might have to change the title of the stream. I can't form Byzantium anyways if I'm doing the World Conquest meme, no? No, you can't. SOL is kind of low for high migration attraction, isn't it? Yes, it is. It is kind of low. To be fair, I think we're importing grain. We can maybe get on that a little bit more. Or stop taxing tobacco. Not too much. The routes that we have should all increase in size here, though. Why? They passed us up in prestige, not like this. There we go. Such an interesting state. Really strong, though. Is Louisiana. They have sulfur mines and they have rice farms. So, rice farms being incredibly efficient per level of construction. We have enough Diplo for a trade agreement. We could get one with the French Republic. Hell yeah, brother. Gonna help things a little bit. I think we're going to pass Austria back up now. I guess we're pretty far. Yikes. Haven't seen any sort of... We definitely want to join in on a German war when one happens. Wow, I can't believe we're running a good balance now. I mean, we are getting 100k Diplo packs. That's so nuts. It's sad economy doesn't skyrocket they used to. I think it's fine. It's just like it feels really bad when they knock it down initially. What percentage of your population is Beijing now? Well, we have 32 million. There's probably around 14 or 15 million in Beijing, so close to half. Yeah. Isn't tenant farmers worse than homesteading when you need migration? Homesteading boosts migration by increasing SOL scaling. Am I wrong? Well, homesteading, what's significant about homesteading is it allows pops that are peasants to migrate, which would help us with China or with Beijing specifically. But it does increase SOL because it distributes ownership to the pops, and this is okay. We're mainly doing it for political reasons because we don't want the yeoman farmers to be super strong. Would we ever try a Landfang run? Yeah, we could do a Landfang run sometime. We don't have plans for it in the near future because we've kind of played several small countries, but... we can force people to be unemployed by building over stuff here. Kind of anytime we want. In the hands of the state, I find solace. Oh, that wasn't the right choice. No, not the Democrat Party winning. Not John Calhoun. Hopefully we can still get laissez-faire through here, but this might be where we do an abdication, or we... force the American Revolution. I think if we get rid of slavery through abdication, it still does stuff, though. Really isn't generating us much funds. I think we're going to suppress the yeoman farmers. Just because we don't want this to get too out of control. Can you do a run where you rush the Suez Company? We probably just should be doing it more. Going after it more often than we do. How far are we off Carnegie? I don't think we're close to the tech where we need for Carnegie, but let's take a look. I actually think we want steel here, but... Open hearth. Yeah, it's not Bessemer. But I think we do want the steel co, so let's do this. Trade route volume. Sure. Can we get a bankroll? Not from these guys, we can't. Yeah, we're definitely going to be abdicating John Calhoun out. Democracy by the people, for the people, of the people, but the people are dumb, basically. Suez Company is too good to not rush as almost everyone. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we should be doing it a little bit more. I mean, now would be the time to go after Suez, though, right? When they have to fight the Ottomans. So maybe that's where we'll use this next company slot. Definitely want the steel company. Proportionally, yeah, I would be adding like another 6th. New York is one of the best places for long-term for having really big textile mills, so we'll get them started because they get the electricity bonus. We probably win versus them either way. We can get a claim first. I guess it's going to be a while before we get it constructed, so we're going to just go to Steel Company anyways right now. Pennsylvania Steel. It's got to be equal to 5. Rip the dream. I don't think we can sway for Kenya there, but we can try it. What does the Suez Company do, especially compared to Panama? It's basically the same as Panama. I think it's slightly better, if I recall correctly, but I might not. But it gives you 50k free minting, which early on is very strong. Eventually that's not very good, but early on it's very strong. It also applies throughput to your trade centers, which generates free money, which actually might be very strong, but one of the problems is, or I've played it, they might have changed it since you know, I played around with it, which was like right when companies came out. But from what I recall, right when companies came out, it could be hard to get the prosperity bonus. And if you don't get the prosperity bonus on it, it really freaking blows. So, I don't think this works, but... it doesn't work. Have you ever played Mexico? I have done Mexico. I think I need to take another look at Mexico because I'm gonna make a top 5 countries that are start under 200 prestige, basically. Reason it's better than Panama is that it doesn't require civilized emission. There's another reason too. If I recall correctly, they're like actually mechanically different. Take a look. 25% trade route competitiveness, 50k tax income, and we have these 3 industries. Which these are like often not going to have productivity bonus, so you have to get it from your trade center. Maybe that's where it was different. When companies were first released, it was actually impossible to get this bonus. Actually, now that I remember it, which is probably why I didn't like take as good a look at them later, because it used to be you used to be getting the throughput bonus on your docks. And on... No, it was like just your docks or something, if I recall correctly. Maybe I don't. But it was like 25%, right? And then here I think that we get a different percent on the Panama company. How are these things freaking organized? Didn't they switch it to be... I thought they switched it to be alphabetical. This isn't alphabetical, though. Oh, we didn't... You don't have an interest in Central America. We need to have a Central American interest to be able to do the thing. God, we're going to use our 1 time on laissez-faire, but we're using our 1 time to get it the very next tick. So we're using a targeted 1 time. Because, like, I know we're going to get laissez-faire, but, I mean, we want to get it immediately. Okay, so let's take a look. Panama Canal Company. No, they're both the same now. Could have sworn they used to be different. Okay. Yeah, you do need later tech for Suez. Suez is also generally strategically a lot more useful than Panama. Conquer Tejas. Might be a good pie thumbing opportunity. Not hitting the productivity. Okay, there we go. You don't want that. I don't think we need that much minus movement support, so... Was that for guaranteed libs? We definitely don't want that. I thought it was applying to preserve. We don't especially like the PB. God. What would we do without the Forbidden City? We would just wallow in misery. Sorry, bros. We got stuff to do. We're at this point where we can add more construction, man. I think we're, rather than adding more construction, let's get up to EOS on our uni here. Prosperity bonus just requires good trade routes. Yeah, it used to be actual impossible to achieve. Yeah, let's do this as well. Decline. So we used our one time here, guys. And because we're so handsome and good at the game, I know visually this says 29%, but it's important to emphasize that it's really a function of how handsome you are. And because we're so handsome, and this is the only reason, and were we not handsome, this would not work. Because we're so handsome, we're going to pass this law on the next tick. See this 19%? It reads 19%. This is a visual bug. It's actually 100%. Watch how handsome we are. Oh. Okay. I guess that's okay. The truth hurts, huh? Alright. We do just finish our steel company. Now, can we export steel? I think we are importing steel currently, so... Oh, we are importing this? Yeah, we don't need to do that. I think that it's steel on import prioritization, though. Sometimes you're like, wow, I really should be able to kick in a trade route. It is. To be fair, we still can't export very well, but we'll export what we can, because we do want to get the prosperity bonus on these. So, but also, we can push it up by adding demand, so start adding some of these. Handsomeness overflow causes it to wrap around to fail. True. John's got the right idea. We overflowed. That's right. That's our story, and we're sticking to it. We overflowed on handsomeness. Classic game bug. I'll have to talk to the devs about it. We will, when we get the next tech, ooh, we already have Central Archives. At some point, we do want to incorporate Beijing, so we'll have a think about when we do that, huh? I suppose we could do this, but that is going to be incorporated eventually. Jesus. Oh, industrials are powerful. Hell yeah, brother. Just the way it's supposed to be. Trending up at a decent clip here. We are starting to get a lot of mass migrations. Here's the thing, though. We still have a lot of infamy, but we're really hoping to get a lot luckier on these ticks. I wonder if there's anything we could have done differently with the agitators. Like, obviously, market liberal landowner would have been great. To be fair, we could have gotten on to mercantilism instead of doing the other thing, so... Jesus. Insult to injury. We still don't get it. Adding a bunch of gov spending here. But yeah, I guess we should have made our abdication happen beforehand. Don't we like John Calhoun? No, we don't. Okay. You should stand down. You should stand down. Alright, so this is going to give us the claims, right? Oh, it gives us 24 infamy. I mean, I knew it gave us infamy, but I guess maybe I have... You know, the latest patch, I think I had not factored in the fact that we're gonna get infamy reduction is not gonna... We're not gonna have to pay for it. John Calhoun's removed from office. Sure. Who's replaced him as the president? This boy. Alright, fair. I mean, I think they're unlikely to side against us, Austria, with the minus 32. Usually that's kind of the break point. When you start getting into the 20s, they'll start siding with you a lot more, but will your rankings be by idealized runs for each country? Yeah. Assuming, like... I guess it's assuming kind of the level of cheese I'm willing to tolerate. I don't even think we'll enforce that. We can't ban slavery. I'm looking for the ban slavery thing. We can't do it. Thank God. So do we go construction 1 or in external trade 2? We go construction 1. I think it's kind of close. Oh, we didn't even check what people want. They want generally... Oh, they want France start. Okay. After 24 minutes and several votes, we want the France start. Okay, so I think we're gonna use the restroom real quick, because I do have to pee. Grab a drink, and then you guys will get the chair stream. And I guess you guys can let me know what you think of USA power level in terms of the context of the start. We didn't quite generate as many subjects as I wanted to. I guess we're only like a few years in. We have 2 subjects here in terms of block. We can invite Ecuador to our block. Which they're not that far off of being willing to join, so we probably want to improve relations with Ecuador and just pull them in that way. But to generate, that was kind of the main thrust of like the expansion plan, is I really think going after South, this stuff's really, really strong, and that the combination of Beijing, Primorye, and Amur is also going to be particularly strong, because like there's over 30 gold in these collective provinces and they cost like 4 infamy. So because they're unincorporated and they have really low population, so they're just like absolutely bananas, bananas. And so that's kind of what we got done. We also got 2 bankrolls. I think that our bankroll with the UK is going to be a little while longer, and war reparations, so that's kind of how we're cooking up a little bit here. And specifically, in terms of people that are good for getting bankrolls, like, from the outset of the game, USA is still going to be the best, because you could get the most saber rattling from your conscript ability. Even though that it's capped now, USA is still going to be the best, so this is kind of USA's 4th IMO. I think the 4th and 5th conversation is between, yeah, but you have China in the top 5, but I think the 4th and 5th conversation is between USA and Russia, yeah. With the possibility that, like, I think China could be 5th. Maybe. I don't know. I got to play a little bit deeper with the Russia run. I think Russia has some advantages that also play out over a longer... like, Russia's advantages are more long-term advantages. But so are USA's. USA also has, like, more long-term advantages than, like, really good start advantages. Kind of in the evaluation, but I'll let you guys discuss as I, grab a drink and use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back in the room. Hopefully you guys didn't riot too much as I was gone. Exclaim riot. Who's this handsome chair? True. True if big. Yeah. Yeah. Nike's fan and play it would be interesting to hear. I mean, we can compare like different years, but actually the thing is with the USA, like we're not anywhere close to getting the ball rolling on migration, but once you do, man, do they pop off really hard. I think they are somewhat high variance, though, because they'll be insane when Heavenly Kingdom pops, and a lot weaker when they don't. But, oh man, now it's like 50-50 between France start, USA continue. let's take a quick look at the Russia game and kind of compare it to the USA here. Because I think the Russia game where we were at was stronger than USA, but like at the very, very start, I think Russia like has a lot more economic ability because they have a lot more pops. So we can, oh, People's Wealth event. Man, frick that event. Orthodox religious bonus ain't great? Yeah, that's true. I'm still... It's a little bit hard to juggle. It depends how many interest groups you want to juggle, but I do think you want to get the scenario that you want is you want the trade unionists, the industrialists, and the probably the religious group late game. And so yeah, the Orthodox is pretty weak. They will just like, so this is 7 years later, to be fair. And if we look at eco, like our line wasn't that great early on. And so where would the USA be in 3 more years? You can see we did the same, we had the same overall like idea here regarding expansion, which is Beijing, Amur, Primorye, getting ready to go after these. We didn't quite get there. But I think it's possible you actually want to wait for the gold to appear before going after these types of things. But like in terms of mandate generation, look where we are there. Like Russia's in a much better starting spot for mandate generation. Or I don't know about much better. Oop. But they do seem to be better. And here, this is also what I was talking about with the slot pressure, Connor, is that like you hit this awkward point where you this is like I think where you will kind of end up when you go vassal, when you go sovereign empire, which sovereign empire is great, but then we if we did this as the USA, we'd probably just stay on construction 1 until we had 3 mandate and then full swap to advance, or not advanced research, to freedom of movement. But I do think you want the external trade too. I think external trade 2 becomes less important though next patch. So I think Sovereign Empire is going to get a lot better next patch. Actually just like way, way better. Because the primary principal group, if you don't want to go external trade in your slots, then suddenly you're forced into a dead slot. When you go the other one. But I think right now, like, just your ability to squeeze out bankrolls is just really a substantive thing. We were getting a bankroll, now we're not getting any bankrolls here. And to be fair, a part of why we can get bankrolls as the USA is we can pretend to have a bigger army. In a nice diplomatic spot here, though, with Russia. We're 7 years deeper. Can you explain what is good for mandate generation as a play style strat? So mandate generation isn't the thing I have like the absolute most like strong grasp on, but generally if your eco is really big, trade will generate more mandate. But a big part of what mandate generation comes from is from the members, block members are going to give you a flat modifier, and then it will be like modified in like a percentage type of way by your cohesion. So you want to have both strong cohesion and also, you notice here, like if we look at the different, can we hover the different levels? Yeah, so you can see that this is multiplicatively applying weekly mandate progress. So thing 1 is you want a high cohesion. Higher cohesion's easier to maintain. Based, it's different for each group, so it's hard to like give you an overarching type of thing, but I think generally the trade one's the easiest for maintaining high cohesion. But like if you're small and the people in your block are big, then like your cohesion's really not that easy to maintain with the trade one. Like the religious one, you have to be like religiously similar. Ideological one, you have to be ideologically similar. You have to have a big military for the military one. For Sovereign Empire, people have to be loyal, this type of stuff. And then it's multiplied by this, and you don't get very much benefit from unrecognized countries, and you get a lot from recognized countries. So having a lot of minor power members is really good for generating mandate quickly. And so that is kind of why I think that in terms of on a per infamy basis, the cheapest places to like get a lot of minor powers is in South America. Ecuador is insignificant, but so they're not going to contribute anything. Unrecognized powers, I think, contribute, but they contribute like a quarter or something considerably less. I don't know the exact percentage, but that's going to make it so that like early on, I think this is one of the reasons why there's like two converging reasons why I think going after South America early on is really, really good. In addition to, if you're going to do the Peru thing, you have to do it early. The first is that very early on, you do not yet have a bunch of modifiers that are going to make it cheaper for you to go after unrecognized powers. So very early on, you're not going to have civilizing mission for minus infamy decay, infamy against unrecognized powers, and you're not going to have colonial offices 3. Which is going to give you minus per level infamy generation against unrecognized powers. So it's going to give you like 15% when you get it, and then 20% a little bit later, or 20% when you get it, and then eventually 25%. This stacks additively with the civilizing mission for minus 50%, and then additional one from colonization for minus 60%. So it gets really cheap to go after unrecognized countries, but this is only later. So early on, you kind of want all your wars to be against recognized powers. The exception being, I think that Beijing is just so good because of this, and because the company there is really good, and these are just so efficient anyways, that I think that going for these 3 is probably pretty good. That's some of the idea we're having. But let's see who's winning the poll now, because it's like half and half. Okay, so we're going to end the poll, and we're going to poll the people who are here, because there's 84 votes, but people have definitely come and gone. The vote started 30 minutes ago. And we're going to see what the people here want. And we're going to do a straw poll as well. That's not straw poll. Wait, what the frick? Give me type form. I want straw poll, my guy. Why is type form the number one? What do is our question, as it always is. And so we can either do continue as USA. And getting to like this 1850 start date would maybe be kind of preferable, because that way we can kind of compare some of these guys. And we can see what the people here want. So let's give the link. And if it's 50-50, I'll turn my hair out. We want a Japan run. We are going to do a Jewish Japan run. You want to try forming Muslim HRE, but you're scared? I mean, like, we knew we were going to whiff it, but we also whiffed it. Or, like, we knew within a couple hours we were supposed to but, like, I definitely think it's not going to be the most consistent. Eventually we kind of just gave up on that run. Haven't done a proper Japan run in a while. Yeah, I think Japan got a lot less fun now that you get your pie thumped a lot. Is there a reasonable way to get Beijing right away as Japan? I don't know what the breakpoints are for being able to sway the UK or sway into the UK's thing, but it would depend on that. I don't think you can do it yourself. Maybe you can just declare at the same time as the UK and get away with it. I'm really not sure. It's a hard run, yeah. So let's show results here. Looks like France Start is winning here. You say you're going to do a Jewish Japan run? Yes. We wanted to do a Jewish run. Just in general, because it has Jewish is the strongest religion in-game. Or that's my evaluation. It kind of depends on how good pop growth is versus mortality, and I haven't done the math on this. I think mortality is better, but I'm not entirely sure. But it's also, I think, yeah. But even if pop growth is better, we still have the other factor, which is that getting 20% education access is insane on the Jewish bonus. And so we could either do that or play as Israel. However, given what's going on with Israel and Palestine right now, the chat in the comments section would just go absolutely ballistic if we were playing as Israel and we were conquering the rest of the Middle East. So Chat would not be able to handle it. We would not be able to have nice things. And so I didn't want to play as Israel, and so then the question is well, how do we show off Jewish without doing that? Taking Beijing early is bait? As Japan? Maybe. I haven't done Japan. I usually defeat China after British win as Japan. If I focus building early navy, but you need to rush the navy. Yeah. That's something that's like a little bit more nuanced, like what exactly you need to do to win this like really narrow spot, which I'm not as good at answering those types of questions if I haven't practiced the run. Like if the how economies work is like a much different question than like exactly how much of this do you need to build to execute XYZ strategy. Play says I think birthplate is better technically. Yeah. I think that if it's close though, that the education bonus like carries Jewish overall, but Muslim HRE is fairly easy if you just trade all the Ottoman states to Bosnia, then annex Bosnia, and then go 100 infamy, and then release and play as Bosnia. That's true. That's true. Actually, when you release play as, it's not going to give them all those states though, is it? Is that how release play as work? I don't think that's how it works. I think it only gives homelands. How do you get Jewish Japan? You do a mod. Looks like France start is winning though. If you use the Konami code and strength on truck, then Japan turns Jewish. Man, this guy gets it. As a Muslim, I really don't care. I'm not suggesting that I think it's the Muslims that would care necessarily as a group. There are a lot of people who have a very strong opinion on the Israel-Palestine conflict that's going on right now. And those people would argue with other people that have a very strong opinion of the opposite point, and it would just be a shit show in chat. Jewish Japan, but you conquer the Middle East anyways? Yeah, I mean, that's like the meme. Also, like, we would be going into... we would go into Gaza in order to get into all the, like, really nice South African stuff. So... You could cheese corn laws by changing your market capital. Did you see that? Yeah, I've seen it. How much of the Middle East is actually worth conquering in victory? At least Iraq is. Najd and Bahrain is as well, for oil reasons. But that's kind of it. But you also want to... Like, you would want to take Sinai, so that you run less convoys. Muslims, I don't care. West, rar. Yeah. A little bit. Play as Israel and start a fundraiser for Palestine, maybe? My opinion on that conflict is that it's complicated. Not that... If I do a fundraiser for people from either, like, side, right? Then that, like, has me... like, kind of picking a side in a way that I don't want to, because I think it's complicated. More so than I think that, like... I mean, innocent people are dying on both sides, and they're dying in really disproportionate amounts, but a big reason why is just because Israel's stronger, not because Israel is, like, a better actor. It's just Israel has a much stronger military, so... I have a Palestinian friend that, we're ethnically cleansed by Israel. She wouldn't like it, yeah. Although, I mean, at this point, she might not have an opinion on it, but that's, like, kind of the thing I'm talking about, is, like, there would be people in chat who would be having a time, and then, like, other people who would be having the other time. So... I do think we are doing a France start, though. Which is okay. So let's jump back in the game. At this point... The moment you declare a side, you alienate 2/3 of people. Well, look, if I had a strong opinion one way, I wouldn't like hide it from you guys. I'm not saying I'm not declaring a side because I like don't want to like piss off people. Although I am avoiding playing as Israel because I don't want to like because I like I'm trying to be as transparent as possible while I also not creating the context in which we would end up talking about it a lot. But like look, you have two groups where like at least 30% of the population is highly nationalistic and just doesn't want the other group there, like categorically speaking. And like that's a sufficiently high percentage of the population that it's going to cause problems. And so like and also not have a simple and straightforward solution. The Egyptian guy, who was a little bit more conciliatory towards Israel or formed a peace treaty with Israel, he got assassinated. And if I recall correctly, which I'm not recalling like the full details necessarily, he got assassinated by like a pro-Palestinian guy. And then the guy who was from Israel, who unilaterally withdrew from the West Bank, again, can't remember the name, the Israeli leader, he got assassinated by an Israeli that was, like, you know, pro-Israel, like, occupying everything type of Israeli, like, and so, like, when you have a really large segment of your own population that really hates the, like, other group because of, like, nationalistic problems, I don't think that there's, like, a straightforward solution. Yeah. But let's take a look at France. Direct conquest or is direct conquest or protectorate better for Japan imperialism? I mean, it depends what you're going after. The thing is like, I don't even know what you're supposed to do early as Japan regarding expansion. I guess you kind of want to get into South America as well. I don't know how feasible that is. Indonesia is still going to be good. Bring about peace to the Middle East by uniting it under a truly neutral power. That's right, Uruguay. That would be a time. The correct answer is release the territory, make it Catholic. Just say neither side gets the land. Yeah, the good old Solomon approach. Cut the baby in half. Except we shouldn't use the Solomon approach. Like, if... Never mind. Did Israel run in victory and took Gaza in the Middle East first? This is the Gaza in the Middle East, yeah. But, anyways. Good old France, they never did anything controversial. Yeah, they never did anything that, you know, oppressed a group of people in a really substantive way. In a specific region that was, like, you know, motivated by nationalistic and ethnic lines. France never did anything like this at any point in time, in any place of the world. You know, France has just always been good guy France. There was never a specific region that they brutalized, although to be fair, there were other regions that they didn't brutalize, in addition to the one region that they didn't brutalize that we were talking about. Yeah, France never did anything wrong against any group of people at any time. You know? Yep. Yep. I actually had dinner one time with an African American woman who was, actually, technically she might have been French African. I'm not sure. The point is she was black and she was very mad at France. She was very, very upset with France as a whole. She also called me boy, which was a little bit weird, but like she was very mad about France, like categorically. Which can't say I blame her. So, the big thing about France is this, though. This is the most substantive reason why France is, like, kind of, I think, why the top 3 conversation is a little bit close, which is the construction efficiency bonus that you get on these guys. And we want to get these guys, like, powerful as quick as possible. Beirut, the Paris of the East. Yeah. I'm French and black, and I can relate. About, yeah. I'm sure you can. I really like Fanon, the author, and he felt some kind of way about it too. I think the first thing we do is probably go laissez-faire. I think we want to stay on wealth voting. We want to get the industrialists powerful as quickly as possible. Question is, do we want to abdicate really early? What can we do with an abdication here? I think we want to force a law that's a bit better than presidential republic. I mean, we want to force presidential republic plus something else would be ideal. Public schools, yeah, we just start in such a better place with them than we do with Russia. We just start with we can go laissez-faire immediately, and it feels fantastic. The only problem is, like, the enormous amount of radicals. Don't we get into journal entry? So we could survey the Suez Canal and just look to get this immediately. Why don't we try that out? Connor keeps agitating for it. I also do think it's strong. We just, like, have kind of overlooked this play pattern for a while now. And we don't even really care that much that I mean, I really hate tax waste. But the amount of money that's getting annihilated by the tax waste is going to be overall, like, small relative to the amount that you get back eventually. It still feels awful. Let's get rid of these consumption taxes here as well. And let's stop suppressing the Intelligentsia, yeah? Alright. So that's kind of, Napoleon no empire. I can't not imagine a person calling you boy without having a certain, like, undertones. What was the context of that dinner? She was a lot older than me, as well. It wasn't like a date or something. She was, like, she's the wife of a family friend. Well, not wife, but it's complicated with a family friend. But, like, I was just like, look, if someone who's black calls me boy, I'm not gonna, like, complain about it, but it's also just, like, it definitely felt a little weird. Belgium's actually #1? Why would Belgium be #1? That is a hot take. Movement to enact Suez survey, radicalism placated. Maybe we should just stop it. Admin is so expensive in the game it ruins runs. Apparently there's a way you can cheese it where you don't have to pay for it, but, like, we're not going to do that. That's a bridge too far. That's not an exploit we were interested in. Alright, we still have to... Alright, we have an interest in Zanj there. We have to get our triple interest over there. We are going to go for there early. We're going to take Arabia and then... Okay, I actually think these interests are pretty great. We have... Most of the major Europeans, we have interest in their capital, which is important when they rev. Let's establish a colony there. I think that we just kind of want that colony to grow faster, to be honest. We're not going to delete these colonies. We're not going to colony micro super hard. But we will not add all the other colonies because we want it to grow faster. Pretty sure we're doing water tube at the open. Man, it feels so good to have good tech at the opener, huh? Yeah, I think we open with water tube. Not sure what our next move will be, though. This company's not awful. I think we won't slide it out just because we don't get in an awkward spot. Alright, so for this stuff, we're going to build in Rhone initially. We could use an edict in Rhone. That's maybe going to be okay. We could do a bunch of consumption taxes. I do think we want to float the maximum. We would be a lot better off. I think that we can swap some of those guys over. We would be a lot better off for passing laissez-faire if we... Okay, we got some tax waste here early on. I actually don't... So I understand that we basically create no radicals, but we're doing this mainly for the legitimacy, because I just want to get onto laissez-faire faster here. And this allows us to keep the industrialists, and actually industrialists are barely giving anything. Let's just do this. So we were thinking that we want to be over 50, and we want to have the industrialists in government, but I think that it's maybe less important. So we're just going to do this. And then we have a lot of authority still. I'm pretty sure we can be floating a max. Alright, we're going to tax that. That is a split good where it's now an intoxicant, so that is relevant. I think that we cannot put in another one without losing our bonus. That was correct. Let's do this. Let's... do some of this. Importing from them now. We're gonna have to do some Diplo type stuff as well here. We'll get to chat in just a second here, but we're looking to just kind of get a lot of this starting stuff in. Yeah. I understand. Probably. Yuck. It's like less efficient, so you like actively really don't want to be using the middle one. Alright, I think that should be a fine enough balance. Alright, something like that probably is okay. Now let's look at our Diplo. Okay, we're not rivaling. Perfect. I didn't want to be rivaling the UK. Can rival probably Sweden. And the Netherlands will be okay. We really don't want to have too many rivalries, but... And then we do have to improve relations with everyone over at least base level. So they're cordial. They're poor, so we just got to get them above -50. They're also poor. Kind of the big boys. Big boy. We have enough for a trade agreement here as well. Let's come in and take a look at our goods. Is there a world where we can... Do we start on protectionism? We start on protectionism, so we can't corn laws anyways. So we're just going to set in a bunch of the agrarian stuff that we know that we're going to want to... We're not going to get everything perfect, but a bunch of the agrarian stuff we know we want to import, we're going to put on import prioritization. And a bunch of the stuff we know we want to export. Actually, maybe we don't even. A bunch of the stuff we know we want to export, like kind of longish term, we're going to put on export prioritization. I think that steel specifically. I mean, we're going to import it initially just to get our construction going. We'll just keep it even. That's probably a mistake. I just don't want to think through which one's correct. We'll do the same with that. We do want this on import prioritization. Where's steel? Do we not produce any steel? I guess not. Put this on export prioritization. Okay. And then let's import, for now, iron from everyone we can. We do have the decent PM for it, so it's not going to be the end of the world. And then let's see if we can export wood. Softwood specifically is probably a good shout. Alright. And then coal, maybe? We do have coal company. Okay. Following some of this, let's do this, put it on auto expand. And we just want to get kind of some things down here. And then we're probably going to open with subjugate one of these guys. I don't think we want to, if possible, we want to do it at a place where UK doesn't have an interest. Because we're trying to improve relations with them, and finding a place where the UK doesn't have an interest, difficulty impossible. Did we just put one in the Andes, or could we do the Peru trick? We'll take a quick save in case we just get randomly thumbed because we just did a bunch of stuff. Russia, UK, US, then Russia, China. In regards to what? Oh, this is where you put the top 5? France, Prussia, UK, US, then Russia or slash China. That's pretty close to what I have. Are you sure Mappy doesn't make the middle one better? What, for trade? I mean, it's best not to tariff overall. But that'll give us some infamy decay there. We do want war reparations to actually spike, and we do want to ban slavery here. Or we don't care about banning slavery. So we have to get under 27 if we don't want to Diplo incident them. Before we end up creating our block. The block is the thing we're thinking about right now. I believe we want Orleanist for now. So, which means we won't be able to advocate for a little while here. Charles Fourier. We don't mind him being more popular. We do want to get off of some stuff, but our interests come through. I think short term we don't mind importing this. I believe Lorraine is our sulfur place though. Something like that. We're going to keep an eye on the UK. We're looking for it to go to 19, and then we're going to form our block. No. New Granada backs down. Fantastic. We're probably going to do the same opener where we wait for the UK to declare over here and then we piggyback and go for Great Qing. To be fair, we could just raw dog Great Qing, but we do want them to have the opium modifier. Oh, they do have the opium modifier. I think the amount of save files you have is breaking your flags at save list. I think it's like where it's being saved. There's like some way to fix it. The middle hardwood. Wait, what? Oh, for mappy reasons you think it gets better? But we want to specifically export it, Connor. Like the wood. Because we want to build way more wood than we like otherwise would be able to. And if we run the middle one, we have less overall output, and the overall output is what informs our market price, and the market price is like what we use to sell. But you're saying it would affect the overall. I don't think it's worth it. Like it is better for Mappy. If it were the case, if it were the case that all the PMs were equally efficient, we would do the middle one every time for the Mappy reason. But it's not. Super late game, you end up having, once you have electric sawmills, and also once you have, where is it? Where is our retent? Pneumatic tools, giving you a hardwood output bonus. Then you just want everywhere to be hardwood prioritization, but... We actually don't want to get to 30 positive relations here, so we're going to stop this. We want a trade agreement. We don't want to go up to 30, though. It's a little bit slower. I don't think we'll get to 30 before we get to 19 here. Do we want to move our capital as France? Isle de France is actually just not a good place to have it. Brittany might be the best. Because we would want to get it onto the coast. Brittany has a lot of pops. We have 120 arable land. We see another 120. It's also 120. Languedoc. Provence. But Brittany is the most tucked away. Is there a reason that I'm not thinking of that we want to keep the capital in France? Other than France is like kind of already built up a little bit. Or Isle de France, but we're gonna, I think we're gonna run into the Malice here at some point. The overpop Malice. move it to Brittany. I think eventually we delete these unis down too. But... oh god! Our budget! It's so bad. This is another reason why I don't like rushing the Suez survey, but we're gonna do it. What are we doing here? Guaranteeing the independence of Belgium. I think we could stop doing that. How about we don't do that? Could get a trade agreement with Belgium. That we might be more in the kind of market for. But there's our 19 here. So now we will not get a diplomatic incident for reducing our relations with them to the one that's minus 50. We're still going to get the one that's minus 30, but we won't hit 2 of those breakpoints. So hopefully they don't hate our guts, but we're going to form a block. I think we will go Sovereign Empire for them. United Front, Joint Front, Paris Convention. How about the Brittany Convention? Yeah? It's... I got one better. What's the capital? It's Brittany, bitch. It's Brittany, bitch. Alright. And that's bitch. Not the curse word, obviously. Spartan seems off. Let's not do that. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's do Hannibal proud. Let's do an elephant. What the hell? There we go. All hail the crude hoe. I kind of don't like the laurel in the middle of it. Can we just do 3 crude hoes? Three crude hoes walk into an obelisk. They join it. They hop on top of it. Did you update your UniPM? We did not. So we will go vassalization, of course, here. We have to rake back a little bit here. I think we'll stop improving relations and form our block. Wow, we're generating mandate way faster than I was expecting. No. So we could see the attitudes that worsened. Prussian attitude worsened, Austrian attitude worsened, and Russian attitude worsened. And that's the result of us decaying to a new relations level. We couldn't avoid it with all of them, but that's what we were particularly trying to avoid specifically with the UK. We were avoiding going to the minus 51, and instead we only ticked the minus 21. Why does the octopus go so hard? I mean, how many crude hoes can you hold if you have the tentacles? Let's check the... Yeah, it's in a different section. I don't think we did. Yep, thank you. Good looking out. Good shout. There's our philosophy department. No! Not the Hegel! Make it stop! There's 2 types of people in this chat. People who understand my pain and people who've never read Hegel. We're still going to need some more of that stuff, so let's just start getting it in. We can't get any trade agreements. We could sway people to the Orleanist. I don't think we could sway, yeah, the Legitimist or these types of people. It's, not the most forgiving cooldown. Can we sway these guys? Ideologically compatible. Has to be one of these. Well, we could get the Intelligentsia guy to be it, but I think we'd rather get the Armed Forces guys swayed. And then with that, we should be passing laissez-faire faster. Let's also take a look here. I think we want to get rid of anyone who's not an Orleanist, huh? Or sorry, is one of the other persuasions before Rev brews. Okay. This guy's cautious, but he never becomes a leader. Like, there's 0 shot, so we're not going to bother recruiting him for that, like, weird kind of outside reason. So we're not going to recruit that guy because he's legitimist. We're not going to recruit that guy because he's Bonapartist. Artillery commander, you say? Land reformer's not the worst. Good old heavy barrage. How much better is heavy barrage than just advance? It doesn't give offense, but it gives more kill rate and morale damage. Less advancement speed. Alright. Skibbity generalist, I'm trying. I'm doing my best. We read in Hegel today, you said? Not like this. Not like this. We could read some Hegel. Maybe everyone should know my pain. Alright, we're not even gonna find a particularly onerous passage. Or a particularly difficult book. We're just gonna find his most significant work, which is probably Phenomenology of Spirit, right? And let's find by Hegel. Let's find ourselves a little translation of some. Let's just read from the beginning. We're gonna skip the forward here. Let's pull it up for you guys. Let's. I want you, chat, to suffer as I have suffered. Okay. Okay. Available for free online. We're skipping the forward. That's not by Hegel. That's by someone with a reasonable kind of thing. An introductory note, yeah, that you shouldn't be reading Hegel, but let's continue. Okay, this preface, given that he's talking about he, I assume this was not written by Hegel. Notice how much non-Hegel writing you have before you have the start of a Hegel book. This is not accidental. Not whatsoever. You see these markings on the edges of the page? That's the blood of the reader from the scanned book who tried to gouge his own eyes out. All right. Here, let's. It is a natural assumption that in philosophy, before we start to deal with proper subject matter, vis-a-vis the actual cognition of what truly is, one must first come to an understanding about cognition, which is regarded either as the instrument to get hold of the absolute, or as a medium through which one discovers it. This, by the way, this is the intro. This is supposed to make everything else easier. A certain uneasiness seems justified. I'm uneasy, partly because there are different types of cognition, and one of them might be more appropriate than another for the attainment of this goal, so that we could make a bad choice of the means, and partly because cognition is a faculty of definite kind and scope, and thus, without more precise definition of its nature and limits, we might grasp clouds of error instead of the heaven of truth. By the way, he uses words like spirit. He has multiple definitions for the same word, and you have to determine by the context which definition he's currently using. This isn't appearing yet, but this is just something he does. That feeling of uneasiness, how to lose half your viewers in 10 seconds, is surely bound to be transformed into the conviction that the whole project of searching for consciousness through cognition, which what exists in itself is absurd, and that there is a boundary between cognition and the absolute that completely separates them. For, if cognition is the instrument of getting hold of the absolute being, it is obvious that the use of an instrument of a thing certainly does not let it to be what it is for itself, but rather sets out to reshape and alter it. If, on the other hand, cognition is not an instrument of our activity, but more or less passive medium through which the light of truth reaches us, then again we do not receive the truth as it is itself, but only as it exists through this medium. Either way, we employ a means which immediately brings about the opposite of its own end. Rather, what is really absurd is that we should make use of means at all. The first paragraph. This is not, I'm not trying to find the most difficult passage. We're just vibing and we're just finding the first paragraph, the one that's supposed to be easy, just slowly slip it in. There's no warm-up period, for Hegel. Hegel sticks it in dry. So you better bite the pillow. This is a time. All right. So now you all know. Pillage is better, probably. Hegel these nuts. Yeah, that's true. True as well. I'm experiencing trauma immediately. I am half philosophers, basically. This is gibberish. It's not gibberish. It's Hegel. This is going on longer than expected. That is my exact feeling every time I read Hegel. You guys had to know. He still postulates he believes in absolute truth that's graspable, but not entirely. Easy one still, yeah. And that the means of apprehension... Let's not get into this. Let's play our Victoria 3. How many viewers did we lose? Catapult down in viewers. We lost all of them. The truth hurts. We actually didn't, but if we continued to read Hegel, we almost certainly would. Do we care about that 5 legitimacy points? We kind of don't want to pass that ish. We don't really care that much, so... I think we don't have a lot of food, the stuff there. Victor Hugo. I think we do want Victor Hugo to come. The thing is, we don't want him to come just yet. But okay. Action and reaction. Synthesis, antithesis. No! Alright. We don't like that we have an anti-oppression association, but it is what it is. That takes us basically to the edge of getting another event. Why would we choose one that would decrease our thing? Yeah. Well, the Suez survey thing is so painful. Thing is, I think we can add even more construction here, just it looks like we can't. Do they start off with minor power still? No. what is the UK doing? They're going after Dynam first. I think Bolivia is going to be nice because we'll get 2 minor powers for 12 infamy. So let's do that. Oh, did we decrease? No, we didn't. We didn't push the UK past the edge of the thing. All right, we want to put in that as primary. And then let's do that for now. I think we also want to come in here, subjects, reduce payments. We do want to annex New Granada first out of all of these. That way they can't give away the canal. So that's the only one we want to kind of accelerate do. You're back. Did you miss anything? You missed the worst. The worst thing ever. What a time for Reddit to go down while streamer's off on a tangent. Terrible. What a time for the Reddit to go down when the streamer's like reading Hegel. Create Confederation of the Rhine. I think we actually want to help Prussia form North Germany in most of these scenarios. But yeah, we are doing the survey. We are going to rush Suez. When studying, I did specifically find philosophy of history useful for well history. It's not science per se, but a cool play of mind, and it's more grounded. It is interesting to see... Nietzsche was like kind of the first one to do this, but the philosophers that specifically look at the development of ideas like over the course of time, and that it's like not set in stone in terms of like what people think. It's just like, I think it's super like important to recognize, to like ground like your own beliefs. We didn't put in all the war goals we possibly could have, but I think this is fine anyways. Let's have ourselves a landing in Lima with the big crew. And down here with a much smaller crew. And this should be more than enough. Alright. We'll say coercion is the way. And we will... return state here. Unlikely we get someone siding against us. Gonna generate a very small amount of infamy. We hope that they just back down, but we'll see what happens. That's so they're more likely to back down. Our involvement in another play makes them less likely, and they don't have... I don't think... I forget what all of the ideologies make people to back down more likely, but... I think we just want this, right? But that's unfortunate. The ruler dies before we pass the thing. King Charles. Wait, what? The rule of France before the revolution has passed away. Got it. He waived the right. Yeah. Smell you later, dog. So yeah, we don't want our current ruler to die until we pass laissez-faire, because he supports it. God bless. It's so... I think France is the fastest laissez-faire, if I'm not mistaken. Out of any country. Popular playwright. I think we're going to be choosing the enactment chance, but... Okay, well, we can put in more stuff. We can lib Sudan. We can lib Syria, too. We don't actually want to liberate these things. Actually, we kind of do. We would want Hijaz liberated, so maybe we'll just do that. Where will they get? Lebanon, Transjordan. Can you get more uncertain about how this war is going to go, eh? No? Bueller? I guess not. Kind of don't want to promote this guy, but we do want him to have the max bonus, so we'll just do it. I think we have import prioritization. Let's put it in and Get some imports going for that. And then also start building some of it ourselves in Rhone. France also notably, like, there's like a hidden benefit to this. You would generally prefer your queue to build stuff more domestically, and a hidden benefit of this is if you have state construction efficiency, your auto queue, your private queue will prefer to build in your own country, and I have no idea how you possibly quantify this. We're back to Nietzsche, typical. It always comes back to Nietzsche. Who would general speed without Nietzsche? I started reading Nietzsche when I was 14. Or like in between 8th grade and my freshman year of high school. So, Nietzsche's my real father. Which, he probably died a virgin, so that complicates things, but... Why don't we put these guys up here so we don't get landed? And we are in the process of landing up here. We do want to recruit some more generals so all these guys can push. This guy's bigoted, so he's not going to become the leader very easily. This guy's a Bonapartist. We don't want Bonapartists or Legitimists. If I recall correctly, the mechanics, which I might not. The Reformer we don't mind, and we can put him on pillage. Yeah, that's what we're talking. Now we're talking. I think we'd rather have it increase every month, huh? At least until we get closer. Interventionism. We'll keep it low. Keep it low. Also Reformer. You're right, I do think pillage is just better. We don't mind the armed forces having political strength. They currently are Orleanists. Now we're gonna get laissez-faire here. Oh, and it's gonna be such a fast laissez-faire. Our pop-off will be legendary. See, one problem though we have is, like, everyone hates us, it feels like. The truth hurts, I suppose. We're gonna establish this one. And then we're gonna put all of our... that on auto-expand. So, we could abdicate to this now. I read him at 16 but stopped. It's been a while since I've read Nietzsche. Or completed a full book of Nietzsche, I suppose. Schopenhauer gang. Closest I get to philosophy is Cicero. Cicero's pretty solid. What are the goals this run? Mainly just testing, power level testing. Are we supposed to abdicate here? I think we are. We'll automatically just, like, the thing is like, we get presidential republic. It feels like such a waste of a, like, agitation. Because we're not forcing any law through, other than presidential republic, which we would force through anyways, but we need more 3v3v3 signups. Are we really not even at 9? I mean, even with, like, exactly 9, I still won't want to do it. Because it's, like, it's been too hectic the times we've done that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you're right. We need more 3v3v3 signups. If anyone wants to do 3v3v3 this Saturday, we might play with a mod. We might play modded for the Loud Plains. But one of the editions, Hegel's book, had a cool phrase underlining his significance. There were two different interpretations of his thought that clashed under Stalingrad in one of those introductions. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Hegel was, like, really significant, but I would just rather... Is there a reason we don't want to abdicate here? I feel like there's some, like, a little bit more complexity specifically with this sort of thing, but I think we just want to abdicate here. I think there's a little bit more nuance with France specifically, so we're going to save, because I don't know if they have special flavors or events that make us want to stay Orleanist. I can, it's your birthday on Saturday. Bro says Nike's fan, like he's gonna sign up for 3v3v3. The real cookers in terms of like the metagame, like metagame theorizing, like never want to play the 3v3. Like Connor does, but like I mean the Nike's fan, Carnia and Balea. You said because presidential republic would be a waste. Yeah, so we want to get them to agitate for something else, but the problem is as long as Victor Hugo is here, I don't think they are going to agitate for something else. It feels like a waste, but I think the thing is we can't... we can exile Victor Hugo. We could exile Dissident, right? And then we could try and invite someone else, but there's no one to invite. To agitate for something else, because none of these guys are eligible. But you're right. Like it feels like a waste because we're not auto passing another law, but we also have like generally pretty good laws. There's not too much we want to change, so we might prefer legal guardianship in the short term. I think we just abdicate. Victor Hugo's back. We're still back. I guess in theory we should have never made this guy an Orleanist though, because they're gonna be pissed. Whereas otherwise they would not have been pissed. So we get an innovative guy in charge, which is not too bad early on. So before these guys rev... Well, this guy became the president? We kind of don't like that. Oh, before these guys rev, because they're about to rev, why don't we do this? Yeah, she, we kind of like that. Support the radical movement here. This guy wants elected bureaucrats. We might end up abdicating relatively shortly again, but we'll see how that kind of plays out. No front spaghetti, please. No, stop, till spaghetti. Yeah, we're not going to have too many law passes that are going to be useful, so we're looking to just be able to get public healthcare institutions and stuff. Going after Oman. Interesting. Shocking that these guys do not support us getting... Yeah, now they're okay with it. I think we're going to go for the war reparations. I guess we could just go for the bag. Let's go for the bag. That yeets our guys back. And then let's reduce subject payments by both these guys. Oh, we can only reduce them. It's a Bratney batch. We get ourselves a nice little opportunity. Here. So we're gonna land Adana with the big stack. We're gonna land this stack into here, which is generally not very well defended. And then we'll land the third stack on, or another stack on the capital. I think here, we have a good opportunity. I think they're our rival. Are they? I guess they're not. I think they... Do they rival us? No, they don't. But the idea here is we want to get on the same side of a play as Russia to reset our attitude with Russia. So if we can get anything kind of for free, that would be nice. Why can we only liberate Albania? Why can't we liberate Bulgaria or Iraq? I'm so confused. I mean, getting Ottoman war reparations is kind of nice. Why can't we lib the other ones? That just feels super free though, so let's do that, I guess. On's declared rivalry. Yeah, we could probably rival them back. The thing is, the next thing we're gonna get is we're gonna get, oh, we're not gonna get the thing too. Yeah, let's just rival them. The extra Diplo will be nice for us. We can just look to eviscerate them slowly. Yeah. You're always scared to go minus 100 income for 6 months while I enact more progressive laws? Coward. I like that. My cake can eat it too. It sounds like Marie Antoinette. But this is going to reset. I said this is going to reset. This is really not resetting our attitude. Barca. That's interesting. Well, that's going to make this landing here awkward, huh? Alright. We still get that same guy as president. What are we trying to pass right now? Trying to pass legal guardianship. So let's do some of that. Netherlands. Alright, so we can implode the Netherlands here. Or the Dutch East Indies. Oh, we have a South German interest, so let's do this. We have 2 successful naval invasions. Unfortunately, we're gonna get... The Ottomans are gonna push into Egypt here? How does that work out? Are they allowed to push that? I don't think they are. We just can't push them, but they can't push there? That's kind of cute. So we haven't seen a war here with Great Qing yet. But I think we just go for conquer Pontiac after joining. It'll give us the Ivory Coast for nothing. I think we're reasonably close. Guyana is kind of close. But we already have max score from military power, so yeah, sure. And then now we declare on Pontiac. And Netherlands will not be able to join here, is the significant thing, because we're on the same side of a play as them. So this will liberate the Dutch East Indies. I don't think that matters. They're not going to be able to land us. They can't really do anything with landings. How are we looking here? 23 months? Okay. I'm gonna add a little bit at the back of the queue here. I think there's iron here. Yeah. Not a lot though. Yeah, Burgundy is definitely a little bit better. So let's do this. Alright, how talented this boy be though? He not be talented at all. I think we're gonna try and play it tight. And not for the memes. Looks like Egypt just kind of shit the bed. Oh no, the Madras Treaty Port. RIP. I don't think we want to liberate any of these. I don't think we want to ban slavery, so. I don't think this implodes EIC. It's a shame. I actually think this guy's not going to get there in time. We're maybe flying a little close to the sun here with the amount of plays we're declaring. I think it's fine, but it's maybe not. Please get there in time. No, I didn't. Alright, rip. I think we can get in through here, though. And there's East Indies has been released. So once the war is over, they will implode. Or once it's over for them, even. Now, we want the war reparations. Do we want anything else? We do want this. I'm not sure how bad we even want this. Some of this other stuff. I guess we kind of want that. Let's liberate Sudan and leave Syria. Yeah, that's fine. And then let's land this 50 stack here. Back on our thing, which I think doesn't get covered. Let's move this 40 stack into position. We hear a baboop. Thank you, Sir Gilif. I almost thought that was Sir Gilf. Thank you for the follow. Why haven't we cracked India yet? So it's about there's a timing window where a bunch of stuff's not going to be incorporated. We only want to hit that timing window, if possible, after we've researched the tech civilizing mission, which we're going to prioritize a little bit more than normal. That way, it costs like basically 0 infamy, and we're just going to conquer everything. So, yeah. Did I see your Indonesia world conquest? I don't think I saw it very close. I think I saw like a little bit. I'm not 100% sure though. My confidence is low. My knees are weak. My arms are heavy. There's vomit on my spaghetti. There's vomit on my spaghetti already. I missed. I was aiming for my sweater, but I hit my spaghetti. The truth hurts. We might not even want this float no more. Huh? I think we don't. We have like so many good laws already that it's probably just gratuitous. Encourage manufacturing in the capital. AutoQ will be more likely to build there and stuff. Oh, we made a mistake, didn't we? No, we didn't. No, wait, we did. We should have moved the capital to Alsace-Lorraine. Because it has the Rhine. It has the Rhine bonus. Damn it. Hey, we get in automatically because their guys defending the South India HQ do not count when we're landing our own thing. Which, that makes sense. It didn't make any sense. I suppose we don't care who's the Bonapartist and legitimist now, though, because I think we're out of our thing. So, we will pillage our way in and get ourselves some war reps. I suppose that's actually some of where we're coming from. We have a pretty big float. Let's improve relations with Austria as well here. And España. Oh, we had moved these guys into position, right? So we can enforce on this. Let's do that. Legal guardianship also makes it more likely to roll a humanitarian later on. That is the reason why we're doing it. Indonesia theoretically lets you make French Italy if you click the events in a certain order. Wait, what? I don't think we're going to form French Italy, but... I mean, I know that if we do... We can allow ourselves to get annexed by an Italian after we form Central Europe. We haven't seen a war up here yet. It's a little bit concerning. I don't know if the UK is going to actually end up going for it. Surely they do, right? Did we just miss it? No, we didn't. We kind of want to piggyback. We want to hit them while they're... We want to kick them while they're down. We're definitely not doing anything in that war, but we're going to get war reps. That's so nice. That's so fetch. Oh my god, we haven't started constructing the canal. Rip the dream. Hate that you have to subsidize it, man. Feels so bad. Cool. Technically, I actually think birth rate's better early on anyways. But that's like, it's a real bit of a reach. So, now, do we want to use our abdication here to pass elected bureaucrats? How did Napoleon get here? Pretty sure we said no. Stranger danger is what we said. I mean, kind of want to do that while we can, right? We have the Orleanist stuff, and yeah, let's just do this right now. And we get the war reparation, and the crowd goes wild. We still haven't gotten a bankroll, though. The USA run, I don't know if it's representative, but we were able to get 2 bankrolls, kind of close. I guess we're only 3 years in. Yeah, we're only 3 years in. We're fine. We're fine. We're chilling. Yeah, this is all we're going for, guys. We're decaying down the infamy. Man, I really want to save it for Qing. But when's the UK gonna declare, man? USA forms the Association of Syndicates. As one does. We get trade agreement in Sardinia, Piedmont. I don't think that's what we want. Now, we can use the Catholic Church on their last legs here to pass a health institution. I think, do we want to go for an earlier civilizing mission timing? I think that's what we want to do, bro. We don't normally play like that, but the other option is Nitro, but we don't have these provinces yet that roll gold, so I think we just want to actually rush civilizing mission to some extent. We're not going to have our other multiplier. Yeah, it's in screenshots from Discord a few weeks back. Did they fix the EIC bug? No, not the release one. Did I hear a Mean Girls reference? You can't sit with us. I mean, Indonesia can form Italy with French culture, and not that France can become Italy. I didn't realize Indonesia could form Italy, though, either. That's interesting. Feels bad to waste an abdication on such a bland law. That's fair. But, like, yeah, that's fair. But my empire. Napoleon's the only way to form Central Europe? What do you mean? Stop trying to make fetch happen, Gretchen. Yeah. You can't sit with us. It looks like they will accept this, which is nice. So we get to demobilize all our troops. And watch the implosion. Hey, ho ho. Indonesia's got to go. Hey, hey, ho ho. You must complete your Rhinish claims. Yeah, I know we have to. I know we have to grab the other stuff. We have to do. I don't think we have the JE because we don't have nationalism yet. Natural borders of France. But once we have this, yeah. But you. Yeah, you can also use a jingoist. Yeah. Holy Siak, basically. Alright, so now we're gonna add a bunch of construction though. We move the capital again. We really wanted an Alsace-Lorraine instead. God, that feels so... It makes me feel really stupid, but I think we're supposed to move the capital again. I think it's Alsace-Lorraine's the spot. We are starting to get relations a little bit better with some other people, though. Do we want to... Our manufacturing decree is actually like super useless, and violent suppression would actually be... Oh wow. I guess we'll do road maintenance in Sinai, try and get the canal a little bit faster here. I'm not expecting to see the turmoil be that low. Okay, so we have truce, so we can't side, and the Ottomans don't want our help, so okay, fair. When is the UK gonna do anything about something? I mean, they're halfway... They still have the malice. It's not a... It's just a flat malice, so it's not... But if they don't declare the war in the next 2 years, we're just going to declare our own war and just do it ourselves. It's not, like, necessary that we do it with the UK, so it's not the biggest deal. Great Britain sides with the Ottoman Empire. Unfortunate that we can't side with the Ottomans, but I think they're already cooperative. Yeah, they're cooperative, but they're not genial. So it could be better. In terms of the attitudes, we're definitely trying to massage the attitudes up as best we can. If you move the capital to Alsace, you're begging to be encircled by a revolution. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But, hear me out. This Mappy River bonus. Right? Why rev when you can just resign, basically? UK might have chosen the option to allow it. I don't know. They look kind of big mad. I don't think I mean, UK... I'm not sure if I've ever seen the UK choose that option, like, on a patch that's recent. Bro, maybe we want a jingoist landowner. We want to set ourselves up for... I think we might want to set ourselves up for a jingoist landowner being the most popular one if we can. Or I suppose a Bonapartist. This isn't the way to look. This is the slow way. There we go. So when our landowner dies, that guy's gonna take over. Or gets exiled. So we have one in the chamber for proccing that event. little bit proactively. Wait, why can we side against them? Not that we would side against UK, because we don't want to ruin UK relations, but... This really means that the UK is not going to start the war anytime soon, but I suppose that we want to let this decay down a little bit more anyway, so... Where's a literary guy when you need him? Do we actually have a literary guy? I mean, it doesn't matter because we have a presidential republic. Yeah, it doesn't matter because we have a presidential republic. Ah. I thought the Loire River in Brittany had Mappy anyways. Does it? I don't think it does. No. Still, it seems to not worth it to invite the hassle of worrying about revs with an inland capital, maybe. I just learned that tender stem is a trademark. Wait, what? Dude, how can someone trademark soft broccoli? Interesting. Who determines who is the president of the Republican victory? It always felt a bit random to you. I mean, it's based on which party wins the election, based on what voting system you have, although it does seem relatively opaque. But for us, the Resistance Party got 80% of the votes, and so whoever was the highest clout in the Resistance Party, which for us was the Landowners, became president, so we got a landowner president. What is our voting system even, though? While voting? Yeah. I think we're okay with wealth voting, to be honest, because we really, kind of more than anything else in the world, want to get our industrialists to be 20% clout, so that we can get a 20% state construction efficiency. This bonus is so freaking dumb, man. It's just so insane. It's so bananas. B-N-A-N-A-S. Bananas. No, we can only revoke trade agreements. When's our next 3 months? Alright. I think we go construction 1. Are we supposed to go external trade because we already have construction bonuses? Bro, maybe. It's like mildly anxiety inducing that your GDP kind of goes... Your GDP goes down when you raise taxes, right? So like, it like feels bad when you like start because you're going to have a bad trajectory initially. It's Brittany batch. So now it's probably construction 1, right? But like the more construction modifiers you already have, the less useful marginal ones are. But also this is just like an insane modifier. Is there any link between bananas and ananas? Phonetic. There's a phonetic link. The other option here is we could go external trade 2. I actually just think the construction 1 bonus is just so good for 1 point. I can't stop myself. That's just like what we're gonna do every time, always and forever. Look at this. Getting so much state construction efficiency. It's so good. We have a company for iron and we are exporting it, so we're going to do that. In theory, we could do a similar thing for lead. We're not exporting lead, but... We're not exporting lead yet, you know what I mean? France is, like, one downside on France, though, relative to some of these other stars, is, like, France's resources relative to the other really strong countries is not, they're not very good. You know what I mean? We're just trying to get some auto expands in there. Those aren't the very best buildings we can build, but... I mean, we're going to accumulate like 24 infamy, so we could just wait down a little bit, but... I don't think we want the abdication quite yet, right? Because we wanted to pass... That's right. We wanted to use the guys to pass public health insurance. Perfect. This works for us. Oh! They changed this. Look, reduce subject payments is broken, so we can't reduce subject payments by being a little snot. We are going to decrease their autonomy, though. I think we exempt them from service here. New Grenadine United League is formed. Not like this, not my gumdrop buttons. Yeah, because they increased in... Makes sense. We are max taxes, right? Yeah, we are. Why are we building lead? We have a lead company. It does feed into glass. It also needs an ammo. Oh, what's that? Brother, what's that? That's the clothing not being very efficient, eh? Oh, brother, what's that? To be fair, we do have a clothing company, so we should see about exporting some of this stuff. If we're not hitting the prosperity bonus, wow. Productivity is just super butt. I mean, we could look to raise it by also inserting some of these. We're super close to being able to do that. We could also look to make the inputs cheaper here. For our industries to make them more productive so that we can make sure we get the prosperity bonus. GDP falling from taxes is such a rarely observed phenomenon. It makes me think of Japan and their sales tax. I mean, in Vic 3, it happens a lot when you first do it. Journalists just found out why they wanted the Rhine region. Just the rivers, the mappy bonuses. Alright. I think we don't need the road maintenance in Sinai no more. Or we do, but we're gonna forget. Oh, it's still 100 weeks, man. Actually, we have like quite a few construction modifiers anyways. I think we do want to use just manufacturing in the capital, and we don't want to forget, and we're gonna forget, and so we're gonna end up like, it's gonna be bad when we forget, so we're just gonna do it like this. Alright. Do we have a... Put an interest there. We're gonna acquire ourselves a native interest there soon enough. We're just gonna move some stuff around. Until then, losing a bit of cash. I think that that's okay. Wow, UK just isn't gonna do it, man. Maybe we could sway in the UK? They don't have an interest up there. They have an interest in South China, so we'd have to declare the play in South China somehow. But we don't want any oracles in South China. It's kind of annoying. Hey David, how's it going? How you doing? How you be? Popcorning it up. Oh, what's our view count look like? It's solid enough. I think we just go for the Beijing here in just a second. I mean, we want to decay down a little bit because what we want to go for is like actual just like 24 infamy like on the dot, so we don't want to go over the thing, so we're gonna wait until we get real low. We're gonna drop it low, girl, drop it low. Liberate Taiwan and South China for primary. We could do that. The thing is if they back down, no, you're right, that would be the play, is liberating something. We could save just so that we can't, they can't back down against us. Maybe that's what we'll do. Treaty port, we don't want to spend our infamy on a treaty port. How do you outperform Prussia as Austria? Play Austria instead. Liberate UA, and yeah. Add a treaty port, Guangzhou Wan. Also citation, mostly citation. We're about to hit good relations with more people. We want more trade agreements. Can't get them. Yikes. Don't like that. There's some really nice, Dude, UK be shit in the bed. Wait, what? What are you doing? Why are you going for Constantine? Just going for the thing we need for our JEs. Brother, please. Like, UK is just like not cooperating, man. UK hasn't started a play against Great Qing in the last two playthroughs I started. I always try and snatch up Beijing for free if I can. Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, we don't want to get into a scuffle with them. How close are they to a bankroll? Bro, can we get a bankroll off them? You can have Constantine, we'll take the bag. What's the French equivalent of Florida? Does anyone know? We'll actually make a reasonable looking army. Because the stuff caps out anyway. I think we can get the bankroll. No, we can't. Real? I thought we'd be able to. Yeah, bankroll's relatively dead. Or I mean, the yo-yo sway. They have to have, like, Wargles on them. You could get it a lot with revs, but I feel like the UK is sentient, trying to act in the most random way to keep you guessing, avoid prediction, always one step ahead of the French Republic, basically. I'm really not feeling the vibe. One nice thing, though, is we're not going to get a negative diplomatic thing. With the UK. Oh, we will if we declare the play down here. Do we really even want their help then? We have to eat -10 relations with the UK if we want to get their help. Bro, I think we can handle it ourselves, huh? It's not that much in terms of funds during the enactment of the law, and we don't have a lot of chance ourselves, so let's just take it up and, like, secure it in. Yikes. Russia, we're gonna hurt our Russian relations pretty bad here. So Russia's gonna drop down to 23. But we won't drop it under 20, so I think that's okay. And we can sway Russia. Let's see what Russia we could sway them for. We definitely kind of want to improve relations here. Ottoman aristocratic revolts. Interesting. Do we mind them having a Shandong treaty port in exchange for making this way easier? We also get to be on the same side of a play as Russia, which will reset attitude from wary. So I think that that's worth it. And we also get more primary demands, making it less likely that they back down. We're still going to go for Amur in the other place. Primorier. Oh, it's going to cost a little bit too much infamy. If we want one and not the other, I guess we'd prefer Amur. Because that's where most of the gold is. This might drop under 2 point... In the time of the escalation, it might drop sufficiently that we could do the play. I think we're going to be just shy. We have to make a choice. Do we want to get a negative diplo catalyst with everyone, or do we want to... Wow, it literally comes down to the wire, like, super close. We can see where the paradox math is. Oh, we can put in a liberation thing to make it take a little while longer. And liberate Mongolia is not bad for us. So this will give us another 5 days here. Now it's low enough, in less paradox math, that we can just barely sneak in there. It's increased the cost. This is like so exact. We just should have waited another week. I'm not sure if it pushes the rest of the way in one tick. We don't really need nitro yet, so I think we're actually just gonna go labor movement. This is gonna come in. I think we want this for the Canal Company. I think we'll just. So yeah, it's just the Monday tick. We have to see what it does. Okay, this is unfrozen. Oh, that was frozen. 22.6. This is increased to 20. Okay, there we go. Truly. We're living the full experience here. Watch them just back down anyway, so it doesn't matter. We can't make any of these Wargles primary, so we'll just kind of... We hope that they don't back down, but they might. Oh, the truth will hurt then, but it'll be what it is. We'll still get Beijing. Not even sure we want them to win the election, so... This is the capital. Let's do that now. How close are we to the canal? Well, it won't employ up very quick is one of the problems. Oh, we could have been improving the education access there, so it employs up faster. God, that seems like such a reach. Oh, we should have been here as well. But we could. I think we're gonna forget if we do that. We're gonna forget and we're gonna be really sad. Prussia, no, not my gumdrop buttons. Luckily they like us now. So we could get a trade agreement if we could find a way to rake up a very large amount of, well, we could stop improving relations with 2 people, but then we'll still be like 50 short. We'd have to stop improving relations with 3 people to get this trade agreement. I suppose the Russia improve relations is less important if we actually get that all that in, and then we have a trade agreement with them, right? We don't. It's unfortunate. But we're pretty high with them. Let's stop improving relations with Austria, though, instead. And then Spain could definitely go on the back burner here a little bit. And so that frees up enough for 2 trade agreements. We can get one with Russia here. Actually, who's Russia's rival? They rival the UK, so we might want to do a UK first if we can get a trade agreement. Are we getting plus 75 from volume? No, we're not. So let's see if we can trade anything reasonably to them. Eventually that route will be good. Here we go. We'll wait 1 tick for their response. Hopefully that doesn't break Russia's. And then we'll get a trade agreement with Russia. And then we don't need to improve relations with them anymore. So we're going to get ticking positive relations anyways. So then we can come in here and improve relations with someone else. Back to improving with Austria, I suppose. And acceptance is real far on both those guys. But everything is, like, harmonious. We got, like, the really big bag that we wanted, just under the infamy amount. No diplomatic catalysts. We're getting all the improved relations. Like, maybe I don't emphasize this stuff in the videos, like, as much, but because it's, like, kind of sweaty, but, like, just trying to, like, thread the needle diplomatically so that you have good relations, good attitudes, and this type of stuff. Man likes to live on the edge? You mean man likes to edge? Yeah. You never exceed 25 infamy. Is there zero opportunity for AI to generate and a player lobby then? No, there's a ton of opportunities. You're just reducing the number. Like, for example, if we pass them up in prestige, that gives an opportunity. Like, there's a lot of things that give opportunities, and it won't even 100% roll, but, like, if they form a negative lobby, you're actually just sunk until they rev. Like, this anti-French league, the problem is even if we side with them in a play and reset to genial, this anti-French league will still sink us, and so it's, like, it's really bad. Like, you really want to avoid these if you ever want to get bankrolls. So, like, as long as bankrolls remain just obscene, they're not, like, obscene right now. They're obscene when our economy is bigger than the other person's economy. That's when they get really disgusting. As long as that's possible, then we'll want to stay on it. Hey, Tarkus, thank you for the raid. Big nice. 48 raiders. This guy's gaming. Bro, you missed us edging. You missed the edging. We threaded the needle perfectly where we had exactly 1 week of decay to hit exactly 24.9 infamy on our war. Felt so good. Do you have Microsoft Edge? We do use Microsoft Edge, yeah. That's the search engine we use. There was a reason why we, like, started boycotting Google. I forget what it was. Now we can't remember, so I guess maybe it's unimportant. We should switch back, but then, like, then how would we edge? Can't believe you missed it, yeah. Should have ended your stream 40 seconds earlier. A minute, even. Damn. Damn. Let's just send both these guys over. Red Rover them right over them. And then we'll land this 40 stack on the cap. I don't know if this guy even gets in, but it's kind of unimportant. Is transfer EIC the best opener for France? No, I don't think so. You can get the EIC for a lot less infamy if you just implode them later. We're looking to hit a timing, though, where we, because they're going to be unrecognized, we're looking to hit a timing where we get civilizing mission relatively early, and then we implode EIC, releasing a whole bunch of states, and then we just, like, annex them for, like, 5 infamy for a bunch of these states. Is kind of the plan. We haven't executed that, but I'm pretty sure that that's, like, super optimal now. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get the one thing level 3 before then, but that's, like, not the biggest deal. Oh, I didn't even realize this was here. I don't think it matters because this isn't incorporated. And their war goal on us is war reps, right? Yeah, it is. So, this will be fine. Next time you edge, I'll be watching, don't worry. Good. Someone earlier asked if we were engaged, if we were getting married. I told them yes, obviously. Bruh. One day we'll finish the canal. One day. But not 2 days. But one day. Maybe we're supposed to side with Austria. We do want North German Fed to form, is the thing. You do want North German Fed to form. Russia's shitting the bed. Classic. To be fair, we haven't even swapped our mobilization options on some of these. We definitely want to be doing liquor and chocolate on everything. But that might be all we want to use. Oh my god, why are we going speed 2? Rip the dream. Surely he'll finish the canal. Surely. Surely. Russia using Ukrainian war as an inspiration for the chain war? Shake my head. Basically, the good old lose ground. We wish that they did a little bit of a better job doing that. Wait, where didn't it just say we got an agitator to... He'll become available as an agitator. No, we just straight up want him... We would straight up want him to be an agitator. Maybe we don't need it that bad. Let's just do that. I guess we're probably going to abdicate to this. What changed here? What happened? I thought I saw something flip or look funny. We'll go for Selagor soon, I think. We're trying to get our... We need to get our block up to having 10 members in order to unlock this last slot. I guess we're not super close to, like, needing the slot, but... Yeah, we still got that guy in power. You know what's great is a jingoist is going to take over after this guy. It's actually perfect. When we abdicate. Jambi Protectorate, God. The thumbing of pies begins. We could take this time to implode the ESE. I think the timing's a little bit early. We just have to do it before 56. Why is Targus on Twitch? You? Says Kiko? Because that's how he reads us, is through Twitch. He's not gonna switch platforms. Why do I hear Foxy knocking on General's door every once in a while? I don't know. I don't know why I haven't heard a loud plane either. For they were all of them deceived. For a second plane was made. Not like this. Cries an American. I don't think we want to. Oh wow, they annexed a little bit. Yeah, okay, we're getting in. It's Jover for them. They're cooked. How long have we been going? I think we did like 2 hours of USA, a little over 2 hours. So. Do I really not know how to check how long we've been live? Rip the dream, dude. Alright, 4.5 hours. So nationalism. Let's check the requirements again. So we have to get a jingoist. Jingoist. So the thing is, the problem is if we abdicate now, will the landowners get powerful again? I hope they do. Just so we can trigger our event. But I think we do. I think we do abdicate him now. Oh, wow, even he hates that, the landowner guy. Actually, maybe that's a good thing. It's not enough to make him quit government, though. Alright, let's do that. Oh no. Everyone's like, what are you doing? You're passing ethno state. We hate it when you do that. We hate it when you do that. Guys, you're supposed to hate it when we do that. I hate that event so much. No, we don't want that. Because it just makes you import paper once and then you're like, whatever. Just feels like a little insipid. I always prioritize researching modern sewage in the early game for free infrastructure. Why labor movement first? Labor movement removes one of the debuffs on clout for the trade unionists, allowing you to do stuff. And also, we don't have a lot of really good laws to pass. We have really good laws already. That unlocks a whole bunch of laws for us to pass that we don't have currently. So strange to have 6 years with flat GDP. Yeah, but that's because we decreased the prices of everything, but we've acquired a ton of buildings in that time period. Can't you lower your authority to a point you rev? Well, we're trying to rev because we're trying to make the Intelligentsia mad enough. I guess we're not making them mad enough, but doing this will make everyone mad, so... Except for the PB. PB doesn't make bad. In theory, we want to make the PB and the Intelligentsia mad. That'll make them revolutionary, though. Maybe we just want... Well, either way, we're abdicating here. Let's just... This should get super angry, right? Why are you just at -5? Rip the dream. It's not gonna work. Okay. Okay, so this is the correct number. So this is gonna bring us to -14. So this is gonna be enough. Right? To make these guys insurrectionary. We think? Maybe we're just not giving the game enough time to think. Because right now, they're not, they're -16 angry, and they're not on part of the thing. Oh, it's a new Ottomans. New Ottomans, new me. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, that's also, that's why we didn't have that amount of Diplo, because I think we had been rivaling them before. Okay, let's rake this back. Why aren't you getting insurrectionary, my guy? I feel like you should be. I mean, we could just try and pass another, like, law. There's plenty of stuff that'll make the Intelligentsia pissed. We could just actually try and pass a law that we want. I mean, we could just try and pass elected bureaucrats, but... Oh, wait, what the frick? That's why. That's what's going on here. So the Intelligentsia doesn't support elected bureaucrats, but we have an Intelligentsia agitator that supports elected bureaucrats, and so that's why we can't get them to join the group and go ham. That makes sense. They won't ever want to join it. But if we pass something to PB, if we pass something those guys hate, then we should be good. Okay, so like if we go serfdom. Said if we go serfdom, who can go serfdom? What the frick? Oh, but we don't want to put the PB in. Rip. We have to pass something that the PB dislike. They don't like this, but that's not enough to make them insurrectionary. Man, there's just like not a way for us to make these guys pissed enough. To be fair, we actually do kind of want to pass this anyways. That way we can go back to proportional taxation, so... Woohoo! How bad is that? Yeah, it's not. Doesn't release what they used to, man. Maybe we should have released UA instead. One day our company will finish. Let's go for Selangor here. We're just doing this to get a native interest in this region. We will want to conquer Congo, but not quite yet. We're not quite on our timing. I think the next... yeah, that works for us. The next thing we want to go after is someone over here. I suppose going after Zulu makes some sense. Do either of these guys have gold yet? Is going to be our kind of question. 2, that's kind of some... not as much a priority because neither of them have rolled gold yet. We don't have tech that's going to make us roll gold much faster. I didn't get it. Oh no, I didn't get the joke. Mr. President, a second plane has hit generals. Yeah, basically. I was soft making that joke with the stream title. I might have misread it, or was just focused on something else. If you lower your authority, you'll have less IG approval. That's right, we could do that too. We could also lower taxes more to hit the PB. I think we actually actively want to pass the law though, that we're trying to pass right now, land-based taxation. I forgot we want to like make this movement. So, and then if we get a movement for, you know, proportional taxation, that'd be fantastic. Do we really... kind of weird. Whoa. 8 weeks. Problem being, like, not really enough people to employ it. I think we're gonna do the thing that we didn't want to do, but like, it's like such a pain in the ass to get that place employed. Because I believe you need to have it be fully stocked up before you can build the... before you can slot in the company, if I'm not mistaken. Of course I can be mistaken. I'm often mistaken, but if I'm not mistaken... Everyone remembers when the French and British were allied together. Stern alliance. Steady on. Okay, so let's check and see if we can do Suez. I don't think we'll be able to, but we are checking. It's only 50% though. That needs to employ out. Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, see? Denmark is likely to side against us. These guys will really pop off in terms of the population really hard. Looks like Great Britain's fairly likely to side against us here, so maybe we wait for a play where we can side on the same side as the UK before we go for them. We're now floating a ton of this extra authority. We could go for a health system, or we could go for incorporation of Beijing. Do we have a tech that's going to be easing our burden? No, we already have central archives, so it's not going to get easier for a while. Let's bite the bullet there, and then add a whole bunch in the queue. Something like that, locally there. Now, the whole point of this law is now we can do reg bodies and this other stuff, so it'll give us more laws that we can do. Also, getting closer to corporatism is a little bit nice, but we're not going to research corporatism anytime soon. We are going to continue, though. I'm going to go for Quinine. And then I think after Quinine, we're going to go ahead of time for Civilizing Mission, just to try and hit the timing window. 5 months here. Are there chimps in Selangor? I don't know. I actually don't know. No. Oh no! Avert your eyes, it's Hegel. Apparently chimpanzees are only in Africa. A little bit interesting. Even on low pop fragmentation, migration attraction on Suez can work extremely well. They might be vegan, not like this. Not like this. I have to search for vegan chimps. Where are the vegan chimps from? Not like this, not again. We don't want it. But the thing is, the pops are there. They just don't have qualifications, so that's why we're doing social mobility. Just got back from the store. Was Manchuria for gold? I would go for the pops at Shaanxi. Yeah, but that'd be another 20 infamy. This is like 4 infamy. This is like 20. So, but yeah, it was for the gold. We also didn't want to hit the infamy threshold. That's quite a bit higher. I didn't even like read that shit. That's a problem. Okay, so we do have an agitator slot now. No one particularly good. Get some people who want to preserve per capita taxation. Ottoman Empire claims Sinai. That's cute. I think we're incorporating it, so... I think once it's incorporating, they can't use the event on us, but it's really obnoxious they can use the event on us. Floating the influence is giving us a little bit more decay. Can't believe they subjugated Constantine, man. I think we still want to go for down here type of guys, but maybe we only want to go for one more of these guys. Mainly we're just looking to get faster generation on this stuff. Trying to think if we actually do need external trade next. I mean, it's better the earlier you get it, but we've kind of hit a spot where we're farming trade agreements with all the GPs right now. And so, like, there's not a whole bunch more we could do with more influence, and we would even... USA shits the bed. Trying to conquer Yorkshire and Midlands. I mean, that's a bold undertaking, my guy. I guess we do have poor relations with the U.S., so let's improve them. We can use our authority that way. It wasn't poor before U.S. decided to declare 50 infamy worth of diplomatic plays, lowering our relations by quite a bit, but... Or, sorry, 96. Just like, yeah, they do be shit in the bed. I mean, this ticks all the boxes, no? So we are just gonna get ourselves a bankroll here. That's what we're working on. We are using conscripts to increase our perceived power. Oh no, it's at -2, so we should be able to yo-yo sway in on this one. We're gonna save though, because we don't want to click all the conscript buttons again. We hate having to do it. Ask for Constantine if possible. We do want Constantine. We do want Constantine. I agree. I agree with you here. But... Here's the thing. I think we can just ban slavery on Constantine, and since the UK doesn't defend them, they become independent anyways. I don't think Constantine's in this war, right? Because they're a protectorate. I'm not 100% sure how this works, but let's go for... The thing is, Bankroll's just way better than Constantine. Like, it's just, like, not close. We should be able to yo-yo sway into this. Wait, we can't? Oh, stupid Belgium messed it up. Messed it up for everyone. Oh. Back for completing the Super Germany video. Got it in January 2nd, 1843. Only 2 days from 1842. Scrub. No, that's, I mean, then you will have the fastest Germany formation video. Do you need the conscripts as France? No, we don't need, oh, same government. Good call, guys. Industrialists and the other guys, so we can just do some of this. think we're falling on our sword a little bit here. -1, Jesus. We still might be able to get it with a yo-yo, though. Hey! We win the game, guys. We win. Guess how fucking handsome we are. We did it together, chat. Group effort. And now, they won't interfere with our Argentina plan. But I think we just banned slavery on Constantine, right? Oh, it auto-calls them in? Can we fight against them and on their side at the same time? Hold the phone. I want to know how this works. I also don't want them to have Constantine. You can use the enlistment decree for a few points? That's also true, you're right. There are a lot of tools here. What happens when we do this? Frenemies. We are both for them and against them. So obviously you shouldn't be able to do that. There's a few scenarios that can cause you to be fighting someone on the same side as someone and against them at the same time, which is very strange because you can like fight with them on a particular front and then like that doesn't make any sense. Never mind, you're better looking than me. Damn, the truth hurts. But at the very least we can go for Argentina here. And the fact that Great Britain's close to siding doesn't matter, it becomes a rel. And so we will add in our a minor power to the mix. So good looking. The best looking, some say. There we go. And then there's our mandate. And now we have to have a little bit of a think. I mean, we have our trade agreements in place. Maybe I'm just super overvaluing, like, external trade too, but, like, you really get to do a lot of neat stuff with it. But I think we're gonna go colonial offices for the timing. And then in about 6 years... in like 1850, that's when we break apart the EIC, is gonna be like kind of the goal. Are you winning, son? Are you employed up yet? He asked, knowing that the answer was no. Not even remotely close. God. And then we're just gonna peace out of this, like, instantly, because we actually don't want to get taking negative relations with the U.S., so... There's no war goals on us. U.S. doesn't win this shit anyways, so it doesn't matter, but we'll just capitulate. Right, we don't care how this rolls out. I don't think. Yeah. And then we can start improving relations with the U.S. again. I think we do get a 30 relations hit when we side against them initially, but... Someone exiled from the EIC. Old MacDonald had a country, E-I-E-I-C. Nobody good. We're kind of trying to keep an eye for traits that we like. You can kind of farm traits as well with, like, recruiting generals and admirals, but it's way slower because very often they won't have... They only have one trait. You can never get a double traded guy. Or they can acquire multiple traits over time, but you just have to leave them in the chamber here. The newly recruited guys will never have double traits. Could just turn around and then fire that general. Huge getting bankroll. 50k. Oh, we should have. Still get it in 12 weeks. Plane noise? Did we get? No, it wasn't a plane. Planes are way louder. We're almost there. You get hit for swapping sides as well? Oh, I think that's right. The color of Germany looks really weird. I don't remember Germany looking that color. Yeah, well. I think you're correct. Yo-yoing causes a problem. That's what we did. We are also doing the things. Yeah, we're also going to hit an ahead of time penalty here for civilizing mission, but we're going to hit civilizing mission in about 6 years, right? So yeah. I think I like all this because we're gonna have this spike where we're gonna have like minus 40%, minus 50% unrecognized power, and then we're just gonna be able to go for that for super cheap infamy. Passing land-based taxation is always hard. It's always very uncomfortable. It's not a very popular law. A lot of people oppose it, so you get bad rolls. We're going to use our one time, since we got betrayed on our one time previously, to win this one. Godspeed to these guys, though. Minus 73 might not be recoverable as well. We could just say that's sunk and rake back our stuff for more infamy decay. We could just say it's Jover for the U.S. French relations for forever and ever. So we get a negative hit. Anti-Ottoman society is formed as a result of decrease in relations. The thing that had to have decreased relations must be they declared a play, right? Or how did the Ottomans get infamy? How did that happen? We didn't just declare a play. What happened there? That's so weird. But the presence of Arge is going to give us this a little bit faster. And it's also going to give us a little bit of authority. A new rival for influence, you say? The U.S. is a great rival. France deserves California. I mean, very often you fight to preserve Mexico, right? And we could take that line and then rival USA, float a whole bunch of authority. Just the thing is the bankroll is so fucking good, and we're getting rid of one of the avenues by which we can get one. Right? God, man, it feels so good having just like this amount of construction, but is really just 20% more. Oh, we don't even have our bonus. No, not like this. It feels like a lie. Yeah, we would be getting plus 700 influence, relatively speaking. See, this is the value of... We don't have to make this choice if we go... This, I think, is the value of... going external trade. Is you literally can play nice with 100%. So buy back Louisiana, we'll buy it back with blood. But this is also a fairly big inflection point because it's like, okay, I mean, we can improve relations. We can get relations back to good. It will just take us a really long time. You know, but we could get there in 20 years. And if in 20 years we get a bankroll, then everything is worth it. Like, if we get a single bankroll from the US just once, it's just categorically we should have done the bankroll route. The thing is I think it's like below 50% chance, but like, even a 40% chance of a bankroll is like super good. Bankroll is more valuable in 20 years anyways. But then are we going to defend Mexico? Are we going to guarantee independence of Mexico? If we do, we're going to end up fighting USA again and again and again. USA also shit the bed super hard. They just went up to 96 infamy. This is mainly on them. Send the Bonaparte to fix daddy's error, basically. So, I don't know what's correct. I know what I do when we have external trade. When we have external trade, we just improve relations. We just keep going. And the plan was to get external trade after colonial offices, but maybe we just skip it. Probably not, because we're going to be able to pull people into our block for free with external trade, so we're going to get external trade eventually. The thing is, we don't actively have anything we want to spend our influence on, so it would be just for infamy decay. I don't think rivaling the USA is worth it just for the infamy decay, so I think we'll chill out. I think we'll just keep running what we're running and not rival them. We are also paying a huge amount for incorporating them. Like, in terms of the overall pop of our nation, we're paying this much to incorporate right now, but... It's also nice that we have the cutoff here. Let's also do that. Super. Our one time was successful. Look how handsome we are. Very suave. Now we can go for this. Prop tax. And base taxation, of course, is actually awful for bottom line, so we're going to be hemorrhaging money for a little while here. Yikes. Big yikes. I think we're getting kind of close to... We've been streaming a while here. So we can... plot a coup. We actually don't mind if this Victor guy dies, and he's kind of old, because the Jingoist takes his spot. And Jingoist is exactly what we want. Maybe we actually just want to let him die all natural, rather than abdicating. I think we're okay with him. We kind of don't like Louis here. Enact no home affairs. We could abdicate for that. We kind of don't like the one that we have. Although in multiplayer, it's actually kind of good to get that a little bit extra conscription. Let's do that one. Stave off a little bit, to some extent, some of our SOL stuff. can't do the Suez, bros. Yeah, GDP is cooking though. Oh, yikes. Since this is where we are getting sulfur, let's do some of this. Trying to think, maybe we got our test in here on this. Can you do a video of how this political strength and pop attraction works? That is something I have to look into more. So if we do a video on that, it's not going to be anytime super soon. And one of the problems is they're like 1.8 is changing some of those systems, so like I kind of don't want to touch it right now. But we'll do. And why don't we just take a look at how this feels? So like overall our trajectory is rough at start, and then we're really starting to take off. We got one bankroll in this time period, a little bit later than the USA. USA we had gotten 2 bankrolls, really kind of pushing the same sort of expansion strat. Let's take a look at the USA game again. The USA game, again with the USA, like you really pop off because of the migration attraction, so it's like, it's definitely like gonna be a slower start, but like, feel really strong in this kind of, where we are now. Actually, so that's 43. Let's just kind of note a couple things. So we are 3 years deeper, so we're in 46. We've grown the GDP up to 42 million. 52 million pops. A big portion of that is, of course, the Beijing special. So let's take a look at the UK, and then let's take a look at the Russia. How is your SOL so low? We have a ton of consumption taxes, and we also have high taxes and low wages. But we're building a lot of buildings. So, definitely going to be moving towards, like, being depeasanted pretty quick. So, USA is a lot flatter in terms of the line. GDP is a bit lower. They start with a lower GDP. Again, we don't have the last 3 years here. But the income is super high because we have the 2 bankrolls from France and Great Britain. I think getting a bankroll from the US is generally a little bit harder, so this may be a substantive type of thing to consider. We have a lot of the similar kind of spots we were going for initially with each of these. Just kind of being the exact same opener. We're getting Sinai a little bit later, so we're going to be getting that 50k a little bit later. Whereas France, we're pretty close to having it, but also France, it's 3 years later, and then taking a look at Russia. But like France is like already being super close to industrializing, and being able to go laissez-faire like immediately is like also like not something that was as much on my radar, but like, man, oh man, that feels super good. And so you have a few saves in here for the Russia test. Russia test is way deeper. Russia also, relative to the other two, they start with their own power block. So Russia, one thing is we're super ahead here. But we're, with France, by the time we're at this year, we are going to have colonial offices 3. And so we're only like 1 mandate behind on France, or 1.5 mandate behind relative to Russia, so maybe that's not the best test. Russia starts out with a much bigger GDP, but like looking at this, like honestly, like the GDP trajectory of France is so much better. And like Russia, we're not anywhere near the timing window of hitting civilizing mission. Like, so the tech being behind on that is like kind of painful. We do have, like, kind of the full bag over here, but the full bag would be acquired, like, if we just continued the France run, man. I mean, I going into this, I was thinking France was going to be stronger than either Russia or USA anyways, so... France has great companies from the get-go. Yeah, overall, I think, I mean, all three of these countries have good companies. Overall, I think that... Does USA or France have the best companies? But we could go back to the France kind of run here. So, like, Russia has... So Mavog and, like, the New Russia Limited are both really good, but, like, France eventually gets the Belgium companies, too. Russia does have much more resources. So both Russia and USA are slow starters, whereas France is not a slow starter. Overall, the trajectory is, like, a little bit better for France. I don't think we got a bankroll with Russia, like we did with the other ones, but, like, France also... We're in a little bit of an ouchie space here. But we are going to get onto prop taxes, and then we're going to be in, like, relatively good shape. Like, Russia, we had considerably more construction, right? But Russia's also 4 years later. But, like, I mean, I think that this timing window is, like, significant. We're, like... We're going for civilizing mission right now. Russia's not going to have it for another, like, 6 years. You think it's between France and Great Britain for the best start? Who are we looking at now? Yeah, the being behind in a tech bracket's, like, pretty substantive. And Russia's further behind than the other ones. I suppose the question is Austria better than, like, Russia, USA? We're kind of, in our thinking, we're, like, not including Austria because it's just mega Germany, so, like, you do the same thing with Austria that you do with Prussia, but... Serfdom is terrible. Have to split a bunch of construction on iron coal because you can't fill the workforce. Yeah, serfdom really is terrible as well. France just starts off with almost perfect laws. And the graph for France looks so much better for trajectory. And there's no reason to expect it to change. I think, Nike's fan, I think Prussia's in the conversation, though. And I think that maybe on Friday we test Prussia and UK. We do another test here. Trying to kind of figure it out. I mean, between the three we're looking at, I think France wins. I think Russia was doing kind of okay, but the Russia having an additional 4 years is, like, not inconsequential, right? Because what's kind of next on the docket? It's, like, going after kind of the rest of these guys. You know, Venezuela, Chile, getting the mandate, getting the bag. So, isn't being behind in the tech at the beginning okay in terms of getting tech spread as opposed to having to spread Spreaders France for nothing for free? So, you catch up, but, like, being behind on tech for an extended period of time is, like, a really substantial, like, thing as well. That's how it feels when I get France or the UK and get no tech spread. Yeah, but, like, almost none of our innovation in France right now is overflowing. We're overflowing very little. We're overflowing, like, 20 or whatever. So, like, once you get to, like, 1,000 construction or 2,000 construction, or, like, kind of in that zone, then you catch up really fast, but you're not going to be hitting that for the first, like, 15 years-ish. At which point you kind of turn a corner and you catch up. But we're going to get... You have to release the EIC before 1856. So, if you're behind in tech, you can't release EIC and have civilizing mission, I think. Which this is not a play pattern we've explored too much before, but it makes it so like in 52-ish we'll look for our spot, but we're gonna have civilizing mission here, and we're gonna have colonial offices 3, and so we're gonna have minus 60% infamy cost, multiplicative with stuff not being incorporated. So instead of stuff costing like 20 infamy, it's gonna cost like 3 or 4 infamy. And waste construction on unis early feels bad too. Yeah, and money. This is why it's like a construction threshold that you kind of like think about it. So like the first 15 years or so, you're not going to be playing catch up. So you get all the snowball effect of being ahead for the first 15 years. You can hold EIC hostage in war to stall for civilizing mission. Oh, that's very true. That is true. Super cute too. But in either case, like as Russia, holding them hostage for 5 or 6 years doesn't feel very good either. Hey Extremes, how's it going? Big nice. We're kind of hostage meta when. There is we're kind of like final thoughts here on, now we've done kind of 3 starts and we're just looking at how strong the starts are. There was a 1 3v3v3, the Divergences 3v3v3, where one player held another player hostage for like the entire session nearly, which was super cute. Because that's when, if you were in a play, you couldn't declare another play. And so he locked him in a play and then changed his borders so that he couldn't get landed. And he just like kept the other strongest player like in a war, and like they couldn't declare wars. It was super cute. But, like, we're also not perfectly executing, right? But we're trying to execute basically the same strategy with each of these starts, which is we're going for Beijing, Amur, Primorier, and then South African countries, which I think is the best way to go. I don't think this is going to be the best way to go for Great Britain. Great Britain, you already have a bunch of subjects, you already have a bunch of minor powers. The subjugation is not as necessary, it feels like. Maybe it's still good. The thing is, these guys will cost way more infamy later, as they start peeling mass migration events. So, like, you just don't annex these guys until you decide to turn on high infamy, is maybe the way to go. Although, maybe they siphon off migrants from you, and, like, that's... Like, I think it looks like we have basically 0 to negative pop growth, because we have, like, pretty low SOL. Which, maybe there's certainly going to be like more we could probably be doing. Like, look at this, look at our yeah, I mean the Russia start looks better, but I think that's just because it's 4 years ahead. And then like the France, like we have this super nice window. But USA, if USA can consistently get a single more bankroll, that's such a big deal. Like the USA run, we have 2 bankrolls, right? That we were taking a look at, and the USA is probably the hardest person to get bankrolls from. Like France is the easiest person to get bankrolls from, and this is a super weird type of thing to evaluate, but France being the easiest person to get bankrolls from, because France revs so often, and usually a rev is the easiest opportunity for a bankroll, the UK being the next easiest, actually makes France as a pick considerably worse, because you do not have the opportunity to get France's bankrolls if you're playing as France. And so, like, this scenario we have here with the USA, like, we also have another 3 years before we're in the same shoes as, you know, the other guy, and I mean, we could look to hit the exact same window, right? We have more construction than France. The France run did. here. And more money, mainly because of the bankrolls. But we're also catching up on the research. The research speed here. And we don't have philosophy department because we're dum-dums. So... But that's... Oh, this is such a hard question. The question is like, how many more extra bankrolls do you average as USA here? France infamy, just a number, Kappa, basically. But, like, I think you're not supposed to, like, turn and burn that early. Natalist France when? With Catholic IG, high SOL, and food company, considering you have a hefty chunk of native population to begin with. So this is another thought with France, because you have the construction bonus, growing your pop gets proportionally better. So maybe we end up doing that with France. Maybe we just need to continue all these runs. I really wish I was making videos, though, with them rather than streaming them, but maybe this is, like... Maybe we can figure out some way of doing it. Can you explain how the Spanish company from Spain works? The one that gives innovation, how it works? We have to take a look at it. So, the amount of flat innovation, that's actually kind of a nice modifier, but the amount of innovation you're getting, that you're generating, so I think other than, I guess it'll also apply to the base value, but this number here will increase. It won't increase your active tech cap, so it won't make you research your active tech faster, but it'll increase, unless you aren't at that cap. And then it'll overflow into your tech spread. It's going to be multiplicatively effective with tech spread modifiers, effectively speaking. That's actually a really strong modifier. Whenever I evaluated companies, I actually overlooked this. My brain auto-completes it to tech spread, which tech spread is considerably worse than just 15% raw innovation. I'd like to continue the France run and poll, maybe. We could try and maybe get all the runs to 1950. Can you explain why garlic bread tastes good? No, I cannot. It is so good, though. We had garlic bread yesterday, brother. So good. Yeah, but the innovation's considerably better than tech spread as a modifier. That's my understanding of how that modifier works. That's pretty good. Evaluating how much free money that's giving you is going to be difficult, because it effectively reduces the amount of universities you have to build by like 1/8 or something like this, in order to achieve the same effect. Although having universities has positive effects in terms of clout, so that's... If you could choose between having an innovation bonus and having the additional universities, and have it be the exact same cost for the exact same output, you'd much rather have the universities, because of clout reasons, I think, for empowering the intelligentsia. But that's like a little bit of a separate thing. And it's like, how much free money is it going to give us? Cotton is actually one of the better cash crops, so having a cotton company is maybe not the worst, and having a clothing company is not the worst either, as well. Sending all the runs to 1950 seems a little extreme. You know what I meant. Yeah, 1850. So... but... one thing that this represents is most companies scale with the size of your economy, right? Because we're getting 20% throughput. If we have 10 buildings, it's like we're getting 2 free buildings. If we have 100 buildings, it's like we're getting 20 free buildings, and so they scale with throughput. This, just the base level, adding an additional like 7 innovation, like a game start, like relative to your starting balance, is going to be huge. So this might be really good as a initial company to abuse your starting innovation, and then you look to swap off of it relatively quickly. The problem with that is Spain has Duro y Campania, which is the best early game company in the entire game, because it basically requires nothing. You have to have level 3 coal mine, that's it. Or I think maybe you require Bessemer. No, it doesn't even require Bessemer process. So the super low requirement on a coal, iron, steel company is just kind of insane. But you already have coal, iron, steel, right? So maybe this is actually your second company as Spain. That's kind of an interesting one to think through. I didn't realize it was that good. I think 15% innovation seems like pretty bad modifiers. I mean, it's bad late, right? Or super late. But the timing windows when the innovation feels expensive to you, it doesn't seem that awful. Or the timing window, so there's like 3 phases of innovation. There's like phase 1 where innovation's too expensive, you don't spend on it. And then phase 2, because the value of innovation scales with the size of your economy. So if your economy is not big enough, because the cost of innovation is linear and the benefit is exponential, early on you don't want to do it. And then there's a middling point where it's just barely worth it. You know, and you like kind of build a little bit of innovation. It's maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of like 200 to 1,000 construction is kind of the zone. And then there's like an economy size where like the cost of innovation is trivial. So the benefit when the cost of innovation is trivial, this is not very good. But like the narrow band of time, like before it's trivially cheap, this is gonna amount to a good amount. Although Connor, like if you're trying to compare it to like the Canal company, like the Canal company is gonna give you more of a free money modifier than this innovation is, I think, at any point in time. Unless you're at the point where innovation's trivially cheap, at which point like you wouldn't want this anyways. Cotton and cloth are good, but like I mean, cotton is by far it's the second best cash crop after opium. Might be better than opium, but getting throughput on cotton is less valuable because you get a throughput bonus on it. One final phase of innovation is watching journalist streams and not innovating myself anymore. Yeah, I mean, why innovate if you could have journalists do it for you? So, cost is flat and benefit is linear is more accurate assessment. No. Cost is linear because it's not quite linear because of throughput, but cost is flat would be it always costs the same amount no matter what. The cost scales up in a linear relation with when you add one university, your cost goes up by 1. When you add another university, it goes up by 1 again. When you add another university, it goes up, right? That's a linear relationship. The cost between the number of universities and the amount of innovation you have. It's roughly linear. Now, to be fair, you have the throughput thing, but if you're building everything to either 50 or you're keeping at level 1, like it's roughly linear. The benefit is going to increase the bigger your economy gets because the value of I guess you could say it scales linearly with the size of your economy, but the size of your economy is going to dramatically outstrip like the amount of universities you have. Or like it's like the size of your economy is not going to correlate with the amount of universities you choose to build, and eventually just your economy growth way outstrips your university growth. So relative to the number of universities you have, it's going to scale exponentially. Like relative to the amount of, because you pull back on the universities, it's going to scale exponentially. But yeah, I guess you could say that they both scale linearly. It's like So if this is the price of the university, it's always going to be, like, the same, right? Or we don't want to do it in that color. Can we do it in another color? This is the price of the university. Right? And what you end up doing is you just don't build universities before a certain point. And then you build a ton of universities. And then you kind of stop building universities. Right? And then the benefit of these just scales, like, with your economy. And so, like, your economy is going to scale up linearly, but the amount of value you're getting out of the universities, you're not going to get a lot of value out of a university in this band, right? In this early band, because the base innovation is already applying so much, and you're not going to add a whole lot of value, because again, you're having this, the amount you're getting from base is covering it, right? And then you hit this period where, like, innovation's worth it, but it's just barely worth it, right? And then after that, like, at a certain point, you cannot tech spread anymore because you hit a spread cap. You're just spread capping. You have every other tech, right? So you could keep building universities, but they won't actually do anything. But the universities you do have that are making it so that you spread, like, the tech faster, they're going to be way more valuable because your economy is moving in this direction than the universities were, like, in this band, where they were just barely worth. And there's no infinite horizon because you can't just keep building universities because eventually you spread cap. So, like, in here, they're not worth it all because you're getting base innovation and it's, like, not enough to make a dent in the base innovation. Here, your economy's big enough, and so they're super worth. And then here, they're not worth anymore because you're capped, and additional ones won't do anything. So, like, so technically, like, it's the value is increasing, like, linearly with the size of your economy, except for the fact that you have an artificial barrier that is going to make it so that you do not want to build universities above a certain line. And then once that happens, the distance between these things is just going to grow, and the value of each marginal university you already have is going to grow. Or the value of each university you already have. It's not marginal, but... the benefits are linear in relation to GDP and exponential in relation to investment. Yeah. So, like, when you are in the point with the Spanish company is, though, when you are in this zone, the bonus is quite nice. Specifically. Or when you're, like, at this zone, super early on, before you have any economy, this is where the company is going to be good. Remember starting universities? Starting universities are a little bit weird because you don't have to invest the same... You don't have to invest the construction in them, but they're also not very good. You're, like, in this zone where they're just not very good. But they're not, like... Sometimes they're so... If your economy is really small, like Krakow, you should probably delete them. But also, if you're sufficiently small, like Krakow, your one university makes your intelligentsia like super goated, and you keep it for like a political reason. You're talking about the benefits from the universities as an amount of unis that is growing, whereas I'm talking about the value of a single innovation. Well, the value of a single... I mean, the value of innovation goes down as you get later and later in the tech trees because it takes more and more innovation to research a tech. Is Paint NSFW like spreadsheets? I mean, kind of. I mean, the marginal innovation doesn't do anything when you're spread capped. So the benefit of a single innovation is basically zero when you're here. And like, I'm not sure I understand the distinction you're making, Connor. In a meaningful way. What's your opinion on not having education for more pop growth? I haven't looked at pop growth super closely, so I don't have too much of an opinion on this. I think you probably want to increase your active tech spread, so that's like a weird late game sort of strategy. But there is a phase in the game where like there's new techs aren't useful, and at that point you decrease the education down. You get rid of the education institution for more pop growth. Draw me like one of your Wiki graphs. But like, this is maybe at like 200 to 1,000 construction. Is kind of this zone. Maybe 2K. We'll call it 1.5K construction. Where you're starting to get to like the level 50 university and like this type of stuff. It's also weird when you're in catch-up mode because if you start behind, there's a like amount of innovation that is going to spread cap you eventually, but is going to catch you up for now. And in theory, you should build beyond that and then delete universities once you get there. So like, it's this like 2K construction zone ish. Like super rough numbers, where China and Russia will catch up. I only keep 3 or 5 for a journal entry until I can print 25 at a time, basically. So, like, that's another thing is, like, the journal entries have value, right? So, yeah, I usually build 2 or 5 for the JE. And then once I hit around 200 construction, this, like, still varies. Then we go to the EOS, which is 20. Which is often enough to main innovation cap. Like, you're also going to hit a little bump here. It's actually going to look a little bit more like this, right? Because you're going to hit EOS cap. And getting to EOS cap has more value because you benefit more from the throughput, right? So it's going to have a different, like, little bit of a different shape. So, like, this is getting to EOS here, or sorry, this is getting to EOS, where they really have a lot of value. This is when you're at EOS, and this is when you're building beyond economies of scale, throughput bonuses. In terms of like abstracting about it. And these numbers are like, these are also going to contextually like change. These aren't like hard and stone numbers amounts. I'm just throwing out numbers to like latch on to like kind of timing periods. Because you have to compare it to your other government spending, right? The value of a university versus the value of more construction. So you have to relativize it to this thing. So like, if you're completely out of labor, universities are actually just, they get better. And if you have more peasants the universities get worse. In some sort of sense, because your construction is going to be more valuable. So like, I think in a Brazil run not too long ago, there was a point where I deleted construction and added universities or something like that. It wouldn't be really be exponential growth in universities, it would be linear when you're building unis and flat everywhere else. No, but the value of your university, because you're spread capped and you don't want to build any more universities, and your economy is still growing, the value of the universities you have is growing, right? Because it's going to apply new text to a larger chunk of buildings. You just can't do anything to get the tech faster because you're spread capped. Isn't the value of single innovation relative to on a multiple of factors? Yeah, like how far your tech is? Yeah, because it takes more innovation, but also how valuable the actual tech you're getting is. Like if there are no good techs to research, like it becomes pretty useless. Just beeline analytical philosophy. It gives you the best PM for universities so you can catch up. True. You're talking about the thing where we drew on the left where we show a unit count is growing exponentially? Here? This is... No, I'm saying this is the behavior. This is how many unis you want to build. This orange line is how many universities you want to build. It is exponential. You absolutely don't want to build universities for a while, and then you want to build a ton, and then it flattens out again, and then you start adding... and then eventually you stop adding when you start reaching the point where you're like spread capped. What are you looking at? You're looking at us talking about innovation. So here's the main idea. The value of innovation. I mean, like I even said, like, the first thing I said after saying, like, talking about exponential was like, technically it scales linearly with the size of your economy, but the presence of the spread cap makes it so that, like, the value of the universities that you have built scales like in a non-linear way, because you can't build more to do more stuff. Yeah, this is not the value. This isn't talking about the value of the universities. This is referring to the quantity of universities you build. This is the amount you're building. But like also like the value of building universities is, it's like if you have zero economy, you should just build economy, right? At a certain point your economy gets to the size where you add universities. And so like the value hasn't reached a threshold yet where it's worth building universities until you have like 200 construction, because it's not worth getting a better PM on a building if you just don't have the buildings, right? So you need to get the raw buildings, but then once you hit here, then yeah, the amount of universities you build. If you're qualifying the amount you want, it should instantly go from 0 to 20. Well, sometimes you build 2 to 5 for the journal entry, man. Also, this like looks like roughly like 2 to 20. This is like a super up line. I think you're splitting hairs, Connor. Just did a New Granada run by 1900, had most of South America there, but there wasn't enough pops or immigration to justify more than 200 construction. Yeah, so this is an interesting thing. If you run out of pops, sometimes you actually want to delete construction, and then add universities. But generally, like, if you don't have a certain level of construction, the universities aren't going to be useful. And the construction is just an abstraction for the rest of your economy, but it doesn't always, like, line up perfectly. The more peasants you have, the better construction gets relative to universities. So if you have a lot of peasants, then universities get worse. But universities also get better when you are super far behind. So China's super far behind. So, like, China has, like, mixed pressures. The benefits overall are exponential. I think Generalist puts it nicely on the video on overall tech. Yeah, I mean, like, it's technically not scaling the point is, when you're in this zone, like, the utility of the universities that you have just keeps going up and up and up and up and up, and you just should build to, like, this point where, like, you just get capped, and then the value of the universities you have just keeps increasing. If there was no active tech cap and there was no like, spread cap, what you would just do, or, like, yeah, like, if there were no caps anywhere, you would just increase universities linearly with the size of your economy until you researched everything, and then you just delete all your universities, or you'd leave, like, one in states for qualification reasons or something like this. You can stack protected speech with the 15% company innovation. What then? You're gonna have a multiplicative effect, but the free money modifier, I think. How many universities do you need? A university, I think they're roughly like 3K to run. Maybe they're 5K. I don't know. If we come into game real quick and take a look at... That doesn't seem right. So this is $850, but I'm pretty sure they cost more than $850. To be fair, academics cost more than clergy. They have a higher wage multiplier. But do they decrease the employment? No. Okay, there's still 5K total. There's still 5K total employment. But, like, let's say each university costs 1K, right? Then it's a matter of how many universities do you need to have to effectively get a certain amount from the plus 15% innovation thing, right? And it effectively gives you more innovation when you have a tech spread modifier, but, like, you're still comparing it to just building more universities. And so if you get 150 ducats per uni, it's going to take a lot of unis to be worth more than 50K if you were comparing it to a canal. Of course, I'd rather have the company on, like, clothing and cotton than this, so, like, that's another, like, offset, but, like, let's call it 6.5 into 1,000. So 6.5 times 50K. Or 6.5 universities gets 1,000, right? So we'd have to times this by 50. Is that right? That's a ton of universities, man. Yeah. So it actually just isn't anywhere near large enough a bonus. But I think the cost is actually, like, closer to 3 to 5K. I don't know why it's so low in Spain right now. We don't have it on, whatever. Right? So if it's 3K, this changes a lot, right? Then it's only 2.5K per thousand. Or 2.5 per thousand saved. Even then, yeah, you're hard pressed. You have to have a lot of stimulus from the other stuff as well for it to be worth it. I mean, at a certain threshold, this 50K is just flat. And so a flat modifier gets bad eventually. Cost of universities depends on the normal wage. Yeah, the normal wage doesn't increase all that much over the course of a game, though. It, like, doubles or a little bit more. It also doesn't have all the paper, and it doesn't have the double academics. I want to say it's like 3K, but even at 3K, it's still like... I mean, you could look at it, how much money you need to be spending on universities, right? For it to be worth more. And it's like, you do what, 50,000 divided by 0.15 in order to figure that out? You have to be spending a third of a million on universities, which if you're spending that much on universities, you're in this zone. Probably. Where the universities aren't doing anything. Because you're spread capped. The Blessed Canal is better than anything before billions of GDP. I don't know if you need multiple billions, but... We're not wasting money on academics. We're investing in paper catapults. But the idea is you would actually build less universities than you otherwise would with the company as well. So, but that said, when your economy is like 5 buildings, right? When you're in this zone, if your economy is super, super, super small, it giving you 7 innovation. When you don't have the budget to afford 2 universities, it giving you 7 innovation. That's nice. But I don't know if you're that small for a long enough period of time for you to like the company. It's a little bit interesting. But you also have to calculate the overall value of the throughput on all the buildings too, though. But the Canal Company does apply, like, the throughput to trade centers, which is, I think, just a free money modifier. So, and the fact that it's a free money modifier is better than just saving money, because it means you get to increase prices as well, and that's really hard to quantify. But, so, like, this weekly balance here, this is just positive money, right? This gets modified by the Canal's throughput. And it's weird how it does that, but like that's just free money. So it's like it's more than 50K free money, and it does scale up, but not like. Eventually, like, it's better to have another company, but falls off around 100 million to 200 million GDP. That sounds a little bit low, but yeah. That would make sense. 1 billion sounds like it should have fallen off by then. So I probably would, yeah, something in that range I would believe too. The Canal being free money is like, it's hard to quantify just looking at it as well. Whereas, like, saving on innovation is, like, I think not as valuable. Unless my brain's not braining. I believe saving money on innovation does not count as a free money modifier. For late game tech cap, does the qualification stacking add enough value to continue to build more for faster state employment growth and pop growth attraction? No. You really do hit a point where, like, a marginal extra universities are not useful. like at all, especially because your literacy tends to be really high. If your literacy is, if you have max education, max range education, you won't really have qualification, and you go multiculturalism, which right now you do. This might change next patch because they're making racism great again, but if those two conditions are in place, you really don't need universities for qualifications, generally speaking. Canal also gives plus 10k per bankroll. Bro, the bankroll counts it? That changes everything. It counts as tax income, not minting. I think it does count as tax income. I think you're right. Oh. Company is tied to Spain, though? Yeah, I just... I mean, it's possible you want to slot it in super early. But the value of the construction speed might just be worth more. I don't know. We're just double checking. I think that's correct though, that it is tax income. But the connection between it being tax income and, yeah, influencing bankrolls, super cute. After hitting the useful text cap, you would rather have the sheeple at 1% literacy? No, not like this. So, I don't know, trade is something that I really need to take a closer look at, but, like, honestly, trade sucks so hard right now that, like, I almost don't want to, but trade's not what it used to be. Trade used to be a behemoth. Trade used to be, like, just a cornerstone of, like, how you played the game. And then the Fire Nation attacked, and then Mappy attacked, and Mappy just, like, really bricks trade in a way that it, like, shouldn't. They also, like, I feel like increased port connections costs, but maybe that's not correct. It feels like you have to pay a lot more for port connections than you used to. They also nerfed the amount of convoys you got, but I don't know if that was on 1.5 or later or earlier. You used to get way more convoys per level on all these. And they used to, the relationship used to be way less linear in terms of how many convoys you got. Yeah, I think you used to get like 600 from Modern Port or something, and now you get like 300. I can't remember exactly. But you used to be able to run huge trade routes. Is there any military company that's good? This is super hard to evaluate, generally speaking. I think they are probably only really particularly good in multiplayer, but then they're probably pretty good. I think you as the player don't need the military bonus. I think there's one in Austria that gives like advancement speed. That's like maybe it, but like just probably not. Plus 10% kill rate. Yeah, that's nice. It's nice, but like I think the way you conduct yourself is you shouldn't be fighting a war where like that's going to be really important, and so then if you end up fighting a war where it is, like a different sort of mistake was, for it to be useful, I think you have to make mistakes. Is kind of like what I'm getting at, you know what I mean? The only thing is, like, I think advancement speed specifically is probably among the more like meaningful modifiers, because then even if you're rolling them, you just roll them way faster. But like that's, once you can declare multiple wars, which you can, that's like way less valuable than it used to be. So the general advancement speed, this one, Skoda works. Also, like, not the worst companies in here, because you're getting steel and motor industries instead of just like a bunch of random stuff. I suppose maybe if there's a company that is, if there's a military company that uses explosives, maybe it'd be a little bit better. Pretty normal for you to be spending 15k convoys on ports and like 5k on trade. Yeah. I think that this was another thing that really gimped trade, is it feels like you have to use almost all your convoys for port connections now. In a lot of spots, and like you can't just like add a whole bunch of value with the trade. Like, yeah, trade just feels really god-awful right now. Turkey is hidden OP for the convoy savings. Because you get to snake out through here. Getting them in your block is like useful. You know what though? You actually have to use convoys to go from here to here. This isn't a like land connected. Did you know that? This isn't land connected. So sometimes it leads to weird situations where like if they're in your group, you still have to go all the way around to get to the trade capital, which is in Constantinople. Or something like this. Even Vic 3 is deglobalizing. Big sad. Yeah, basically. I mean, I think it should just be significantly stronger than it is, but it's not. Like, yeah, trade just has not felt good since Mappy. Because, like, we're, like, trying to outro the stream and we're just, like, going another 40 minutes. This is, like, not how we're supposed to do things, but... when you, like, trade, you need to have a good be really expensive and then a good be really cheap, right? Or expensive in one market and cheap in another. And, which one of these are we trying to pull up? Oh, Kurt. And so, hide your children. And so, like, if we take a look at the Mappy type stuff here, like, what trade will do is if I'm exporting something, I will have to have a glut of it, and then the buy orders will reach the market to increase price, but they'll increase the price in terms of market, just to the market thing. So I effectively, if I have 85% Mappy, which is kind of normal, the effective change I get will be like 10% in the price will be like 10% less than the price would have otherwise been able to change. And at the margins, this really increases like trade route volume and also like the amount that your trade centers are getting from trade. And at the other side, when they are experiencing a shortage, right, it's going to... or maybe we're actually supposed to be looking at the reverse size, which we're trying to increase the price of something that's at 0%. But if the point is, you have to pay this type of number in terms of price, how it would affect price relative to baseline. And so you're going to not be able to pull down the price as much when you're exporting before the trade route hits its equilibrium level where it can't increase in level again. It's going to be like a very significantly less price because it's getting consumed at local levels at a much lower rate because it's not decreasing the price of the good anywhere near as much as it should be. And so, like... this like also prevents you from like dumping goods into people's market, basically, because they will always be protected by the Mappy on both sides. So in order to dump someone's good in the market, you have to push the price down like an extra 15% in order to overcome their industry. And so that just makes it so you can't do it. That's not connected? Yeah, it's not connected. You have to use ports. And so, like, I think sometimes you use ports, like, all the way around. So, like, sometimes if it's, like, not connected and it wants to get to Constantinople, it, like, does this thing. Or someone was pointing this out. I don't remember the details on it, but it's not connected now. Otherwise, Ottomans would be a lot better. Trade kills your PC. I think this is maybe one of the reasons why they nerfed trade. I don't know. Having a bunch of different routes kills your PC, though. Having really, really big routes doesn't. Is cooperative ownership bad now? Yeah, I think it's bad since you can't own stuff in foreign markets, which is, like, bad on two fronts, which is You waste a whole bunch of construction throughout your run when your automatic queue builds in your subjects, but also, if you run out of labor, being able to build in other people's countries is really useful for creating economic activity and making use of your construction, and you just can't do that if you're on cooperative ownership. Trade centers should take in the inputs as goods you are exporting through them. They should take in as inputs the goods that you're exporting through them. So you mean that you think there should be local mapping for trade centers according to like what they are importing? I think this is something that could be done, yeah. I don't think you should eat the mappy when you're exporting though. 30% loyalists from SOL increases in accepted religion, Persian clothier company. I think this is something I have to take a look at, and I've been meaning to take a look at this when I take a look at construction, but I think that... So you don't actually really want to drop construction goods super low in price so that they're way below an equilibrium level. So, you know, and I think that people generally want to, or the value of dropping something below equilibrium level is a lot less than it looks like. When you decrease steel, like if we're coming in and looking at equilibrium, when we decrease the price of steel, and this is the equilibrium price, which is 46. When we decrease the price of steel, although to be fair, this is with trash PM, steel shouldn't be this expensive, like, by the time you get steel frame buildings. But when you decrease the price of steel beyond this, you're both increasing the proportion of your economy that is steel, and you're making that portion of your economy much less efficient. And so however much money you're saving on the steel in terms of your construction, you're also at the same time, it's not direct, so I still think you make construction cheaper, or you make it so that you can build a little bit more, but not anywhere near as much as you would just by focus on industries that are more profitable. And so what I think the value of companies is you increase throughput a whole lot on specific companies. And so while it's not good to decrease the price of steel beyond lower than its equilibrium, if we take a look at iron here, iron is at minus 5% here, right? And we're at an equilibrium where each one of our buildings is equally efficient per amount of construction. So we're indifferent as to what building we build at this point. We wouldn't want to decrease iron way more lower than this. Again, I have to do the math because it might be the case that decreasing it lower than this is like somewhat effective. But when we decrease the price, we increase the proportion of our economy that's iron, and then we make that portion of our economy less profitable. But if we add an iron company, now the equilibrium is minus 21%. So now it's more, if it's at minus 20%, it would actually be like the most profitable building, or minus 15% or whatever. And so now we're increasing the proportion of our, or we will increase the proportion of our, actually we won't increase the proportion of our economy that much because the throughput's making it like smaller. It's the proportion of our economic activity, but by making the PM more efficient, we drop the equilibrium price. And dropping the equilibrium price is way more valuable than dropping the actual price, because now we can profitably build iron and also pay less for on iron frame buildings. And so my suspicion is all other things equal, there's a lot more value in increasing, slotting in companies that you're using for government expenses. If your goal is to have as much power in terms of what the government can do as possible. So I think you disproportionately want not stuff like clothing companies, but stuff like steel companies, because when you go into steel frame buildings, and like we look at the cost of a steel frame building, what are we doing? Okay. We look at the cost of a steel frame building. We'll find it eventually. The steel frame building PM. Right, tools, I think base price for tools is like 30, glass is like 30 or 40, I think steel is like 50, explosives, can't remember what the base price is, something like this, but overwhelmingly the expense here is going to be steel and glass, so having steel and glass companies is really good here, and also companies that feed into them, so having iron and steel together is going to allow you to, because if you have an iron company, this also pushes down the equilibrium price of steel, because everything's interrelated. So having companies for your chains is not just good because it's a portion of your company or your overall economy. So it's not just good to have steel companies because it's a high proportion of your overall economy. It's good to have steel companies because it drives down the equilibrium, which effectively allows you to afford more construction while still building the most efficient building. And so, but I haven't done any of the math on this. Just the relationship makes sense. And this relationship started to make a lot more sense when we were talking about how prices stimulate the economy. Because when you overbuild steel and drop the price below equilibrium level, you actually depress the economy. It's like a money destruction modifier. But if you just lower the equilibrium, you're not deleting money. So it's a way of lowering the price without deleting money by having companies that are steel oriented. We've probably lost all our viewers by now, but talking to the kind of sweaty ones. Wow, we got a hype train? I didn't even notice. Not like this. Okay. Chugga. But we're gonna find someone else to raid here. Oh, Neff is freaking... Alright. Neff is super active on the Discord for Victoria 3, so we're gonna raid him. He is playing Frostpunk, though, not Victoria 3. You guys can ask him why he's not playing Victoria 3. Oh my god. And then we're gonna link his channel as well to the YouTubers, in case people want to check him out. Again, he's playing Frostpunk. Thank you for the stream. You're very welcome. And then we will end the stream. Bye-bye now. We didn't get as many planes as we thought, but okay. And then you guys, the remaining Twitcher, you guys are my favorite. We're gonna go raid Neff now, though.